All right, we are going to get started. I'm going to kick things off. For those of you who do not know who I am, I'm Star Marcello. I am the Deputy Dean for MBA Programs here at Chicago Booth, and I'm really honored to kick off the Global New Venture Challenge Finals, which is very exciting and, of course, a critical part of graduation week for our executive MBA program. I am here just to welcome you. I want to say a couple of things about the GNVC, what it means to the school and the entrepreneurship program, what it means to Chicago Booth. GNVC is one of 5 tracks of the New Venture Challenge. Some of you know the New Venture Challenge has been a jewel in the crown of the entrepreneurship program at this school for a very long time. We're actually in the 28th year of the New Venture Challenge. And this program, the GNVC, the 5 tracks of the NVC, I think by far are the best entrepreneurial program and class of any business school anywhere in the entire world. It is a phenomenal program. I want to also just recognize that it is an exceptionally difficult program and class to do. So for all the students who are sitting here about to present your business in front of these amazing and lovely judges, I know it's been a journey. I know how difficult, how many hours have gone into this. And of course, that's just the beginning because you are launching a business and you have lots of work still ahead of you. I am really proud of you for putting in all of that work, for showing up here today to articulate your vision to this amazing panel of judges, and to really pursue a passion and a dream that you have that's going to bring some great product or service and make the world a better place. I want to also just recognize we have people in this room who have flown in from all over the world, including family and friends of loved ones who are about to graduate. And welcome. I'm so excited that you are here. Thank you for making the journeys. I'm excited to see you tonight at the EMBA Ball and tomorrow at graduation, so you'll see more of me. But before I turn the microphone over to your professor, Alyssa Rapp, I just want to say a couple of words of thanks. I want to say thank you to the Polsky Center team who helps execute all of the NVCs, including the GNVC. Some of them are sitting up in the back. They're all around. Many of them are wearing Polsky t-shirts, so you can easily identify them. But none of this happens without a lot of production and a lot of staff and a lot of support and a lot of help. So a big thank you to them for bringing us all together for this event today. I also want to thank the judges who are here. So this is a big sacrifice of time and energy from very established and esteemed people, several of whom have flown in from out of town to spend this time and give you questions and critical feedback and ideas about your entrepreneurial ventures. And that is a big commitment. And I want to say thank you to them. In particular, I want to call out one of them, Waverly Deutsch, who's sitting in the front row. I know you know Waverly. Waverly and I have been together on the New Venture Challenge journey for 19 years. That's as long as I know you've gone longer. That's as long as I have been on the NVC journey. And we are so excited to welcome you back to Gleacher Center and back to this classroom and back as a judge to listen to the pitches and give your wonderful comments. And of course, for those of you who may not know in the room, Waverly taught the GNVC. This year she's on the other side of the room as a judge for the GNVC, but we are so happy that you have made the journey back here.
I actually started my journey on this side of the table.
Oh yeah.
I was a
Full
judge
circle.
Before I was a teacher. Yeah. and I have to say respect to Alyssa for wanting me here to judge her first year doing the GNVC. Respect.
Yes. And finally, this is a great tee up. I just want to say thank you to Alyssa. Thank you for all the work that you have put in. It is a lot, developing and shaping and getting feedback and working on these ideas, and that goes well beyond time in the classroom. It goes into time coaching and working together outside of the classroom. And so thank you for putting your heart and soul into this program. So. I know there are a few more to thank, but I know Alyssa's going to do some of that too. So with that, you don't want to hear from me. We want to hear from the students. It's going to Alyssa next, but I just want to say good luck to everyone. I look forward to celebrating with you for today and tomorrow and the days to come and the years to come. Thank you.
Star had to rearrange her calendar quite dramatically to be here, and I really appreciate you doing so on our behalf. And enjoy all the rest of the day and the weekend of festivities as well. So we have arrived. We have arrived at not only 28 years of NVC success, but the 17th annual Global New Venture Challenge. I am really, really grateful for the extraordinary judges here, and I will let you introduce yourselves in just a minute. But to give a little bit of the overview of today for those of you who might be tuning in or watching live for the first time, there is a guaranteed $100,000 prize pool for today. There's also some potential additional funds from Polsky that may or may not come through for some of our winning teams. We'll see over time. We've had extraordinary sponsors and partners of this program. We would not have gotten to this point without them. And I know, Kathleen, you're here from Locklord. Thank you for being as well one of our legal in-kind sponsors. Those services become very useful to the students throughout the course of this journey. And for all the in-kind sponsors, thank you. You are instrumental to being able to operate this program. And this program is heavily coaching based. As those of you who've been through it or seen your classmates go through it, this is a pressure cooker on steroids and as immersive as capstone courses can be. And the judges here put a cherry on top of the entire experience, but there have been also many people along the way, so we want to thank and acknowledge them. And before I let our distinguished judges introduce themselves, I just want to remind the students, the reason I said yes to doing this as an operator and investor myself in terms of leading this class in Waverly's great footsteps is because I genuinely believe that Booth teaches the process of entrepreneurship, best in class in the country, if not the world. And I believe that the skills you're gaining in terms of how to pitch, how to communicate a message, your mission, vision, and values, how you're going to achieve market success, those are skills that are going to make you a successful entrepreneur, intrapreneur, and seed stage and angel investor throughout the course of your life. That is winning. Getting to this point is winning. You have won. So take a deep breath, do the very best you can, leave it all on the field, and know no matter the outcome of the actual competition, this is having won. You've made it to the Olympics, and congrats to you for that. But it is a competition, and we have some real-life extraordinary VCs here to give you their real-life feedback as to how they believe you will fare as entrepreneurs in venture-backed contexts. So I'm going to let the panel introduce themselves. Greg, could I, as you're taking a sip of water, unkindly ask you to kick us off, a partner at Hyde Park Venture Partners.
Awesome. First of all, thanks for having me, and good luck to everybody today. I'm Greg Barnes, managing partner at Hyde Park Venture Partners. We're an early-stage venture fund based here in Chicago, and I'm excited to see everyone's presentations.
Venetia.
Good morning. Appreciate the invitation, and I'm looking forward to hopefully work with one of your student groups. I have been in venture business for over, I don't know, like 30 years, and I have built considerable different companies from seed investment all the way to billions of dollars of revenue. I used to run a fund, co-manager, Triton Capital, but the last 11 years I ran a family office, so I have a lot of flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
I'm Kathleen Swan, and I want to thank you for letting me be here. I'm a lawyer, I'm a partner, and I am head of the venture capital and emerging growth company practice at Locklord, which means I have 900 best friends internationally. For a lawyer, this is the field trip because I get to come out here and learn something and see something. And in a moment, if we're lucky, we get to be helpful. So thank you all, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you. Sonia.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sonia Nagar. So 15 years ago, I was at Amazon. Then I founded a mobile shopping startup that was bought by RetailMeNot, which was a public company at the time in 2014. Then I spent the last 8 years at Pritzker Group Venture Capital as a general partner there. And then next month, we'll be announcing I'm actually launching my own fund that Pritzker Group is anchoring that will be focused on seed stage digital marketplaces. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. You've had a busy week. I've seen you at the Economic Club moderating things and here, so thank you for making time for us. Really appreciate it. Ms. Waverly.
Hi, I'm Waverly Deutsch. I spent 22 years teaching entrepreneurship at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. You may have heard of it. Congratulations to everybody for graduating. It's quite an amazing accomplishment. Whatever happens here today, you should really be very, very proud of yourselves. More relevant for you is I'm also an operating partner at OCA Ventures and an advisor to Pace Healthcare Ventures. So still involved in the investing and coaching of entrepreneurs, even in retirement. Retirement.
And I believe in doing what you say you're going to do in life, and that showing up matters. And at the end of the finals last year, when the baton was officially being passed, I said, Waverly, you have to promise to come back as a judge for next year's finals. And I only had to ask once, and you did, so thank you. I appreciate it very much. Koi.
Hi, Ko Nakamura, co-founder and the managing director of the Sozo Ventures. Actually, I was a student of the Waverly 07, and I have a record of the two times NVC finalist. Probably not many students could do. And after this course, I changed my career from the entrepreneur to the investors.
Awesome.
And by her advice, and she said, "What are you doing here?" And Sozo Venture is helping the global category leader to expand to the global market. We help to expand Twitter, Square, MongoDB, Opera, Zoom, Palantir, Coinbase. Those companies we help under their global expansion.
Average check size, 10 million,
Yes.
Series B, right?
I think probably a global expansion category, we are top funds in the US.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. So this is no surprise, but the rules of the game are the same as they were for the semifinals. You'll have 10 minutes to present uninterrupted. Then you will have 10 minutes of Q&A. Judges will input their feedback real time. We will deliberate after all the presentations are complete and come back on a relatively rapid basis with the final results. There will be $100,000 of prizes awarded live. There will potentially be additional prizes awarded after. And most importantly, if you have struck a chord in any of these investors and they would like to be helpful to you in any way, formally or informally, you will have that new relationship made. The deliberations for the judges will take place. We'll walk you up there to 621, and then we'll come back here by 1 p.m. to announce in this very room. And we have a relatively strict schedule for which we are wildly on time so far, thank goodness. And it will allow for 4 teams to present, Close to Home, MyCFO.ai, Action 3, and Ella. Then we'll take a coffee and bio break, come back for Investable, Autism GPT, and Marina's bios with a few closing remarks. Any questions? We have overflow space if people are coming to watch you, but they don't want to be in the room in 304. Great. And I should have done this in the beginning, and I didn't. I just realized that. This is not a one-woman band. This is a absolute team effort. You were out of the room, Lucas and Amber, when you were thanked, and Erica, by Star. But thank you to the Team Polsky one more time for everything you've done to make today happen. And Liz Zellner is the absolutely extraordinary TA. Doesn't begin to cover the work you do, coaching and helping. So thank you. Thank you for everything. All right, shall we? Please give a warm welcome. Going first is not easy. Please give a very warm welcome and a round of applause for Close to Home. Liz has the timer today.
Perfect. Good? Good? Awesome.
Just wait 1 second to get your stack up. And as usual, I'll record the judges' questions for you so you have them for future.
Perfect. Okay.
Ready, Miss Liz? Ready. Ready, guys?
Yes. Let's do it. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Nick Monzi.
My name is Rodrigo Angulo.
And my name is Paresh Shankara.
We are Close to Home, and our mission is to improve access to home ownership for first-time home buyers in the United States. Oh, clicker.
Clicker.
I stole your clicker. Here it is.
There we go.
Forgive me.
Excellent. From the beginning.
No.
Keep.
Cool. Good morning, everyone. Nick Monzi here with Close to Home to share about our mission to improve access to home ownership for first-time buyers in the United States. The real estate landscape in the U.S. has changed significantly over the last decade. 81% of American renters, according to the latest data from the Harris poll, say that they aspire to own a home at some point in their future. Yet 61% are worried that they'll never be able to afford one. And when asked to cite the most significant barriers preventing access to homeownership, 1 out of every 2 respondents cited lack of capital for a down payment, followed closely behind by other factors like lack of education or knowledge about the home buying process. In fact, those 2 factors increased more significantly than any other in the data over the last 2 years. We at Close to Home believe that U.S. employers have a role to play in supporting this process for their workforce. Many of you are likely familiar with the U.S. employee benefits landscape. Frankly, it's highly competitive, companies jockeying for position with one another to drive talent to their organizations and retain it. There are the traditional benefits like health insurance, retirement savings, even support for tuition reimbursement. And then there are others like $75 a month for a gym membership, or $30 a month for pet insurance. One of our lead customers even told us about pet telehealth. And then $1,500 a year for literally, quote unquote, anything you want from Qualtrics. And so it's really clear that companies are spending a lot of money creating robust benefits packages. Missing in this landscape, a scalable solution to support the pathway to home ownership for the US workforce, perhaps one of the most significant, challenging, and life-altering decisions that any person could ever make. Enter Close to Home. Close to Home is conceived as a next-generation employee benefit focused on improving the pathway to home ownership for the U.S. workforce. It's designed as a B2B solution sold directly to employers to support their employees. To design the model for Close to Home, we've reached out to our community, and over the last 3 to 4 months have surveyed 350 current and prospective homeowners to understand exactly what are the pain points in the process, what are the challenges holding people back from accessing home ownership. And things like down payment forecasting and lack of knowledge and understanding about down payment support resources rose to the top. I know that these things seem really simple and straightforward, especially for sophisticated investors like yourselves. But the reality is that for many Americans, it's just not that straightforward and not that easy. 50% of non-owners in our data reported a lack of confidence building a savings plan just like this. And 84% of all respondents said that they would value a solution like Close to Home as an employee benefit without any other financial support or assistance. And so we've taken the feedback from our community and embedded it directly into the Close to Home model. When an employer signs up for the platform and an employee comes to us to build their plan, the first thing that they'll do is provide us with some basic information about their dream home, where it's located, what zip code, what size, and then from there we'll use historical trend data to build a model that will help them create a reasonable expectation for what that down payment might be 3 or 5 years down the road. From there, we'll partner with a trusted financial institution to build a savings plan and open a savings account, possibly a first-time homebuyer savings account in certain states where that's applicable, and then execute direct payroll integration so that the employee doesn't need to worry about saving every month. And we'll monitor that plan using market data as well as changes in income levels or the life goals of the employee to make sure that we're keeping the savings target relevant. And finally, we want to provide support. It's not just about putting money away, it's about connecting the savings process to the home purchase. And so we're going to partner with contractors and vendors to provide access to the employees that we're working with, contractors and vendors who are relevant to the home buying process. We'll provide information about targeted, localized down payment assistance and support and updates and regulatory efforts across the country. And we'll also provide a nudge to the employer to potentially provide a financial contribution or match to accelerate the financial pathway to home ownership. In fact, 71% of prospective buyers in our survey said that they would value a down payment match as much as or more than retirement savings. So the sum total of all this is that we're not just working with people to put money away. That's not the objective here. The goal is to build a pathway, a plan to help connect people from their first motivation to go and buy a home, that first thought of what that dream home looks like, to the realization of that life goal and all the steps and stages along the way. Why do we think we can do this? Well, we've spoken to leaders in the HR industry who are working for some of the biggest companies in the space, Insperity and TriNet, and they've told us that they love this, that something like this solution just doesn't exist in the marketplace right now, and they want to see us build it out. Lana and Laura have been fantastic supporters and advisors so far, giving us feedback on our model, and they're excited to take this product when finished to their companies to potentially help us scale. I'll turn the floor over to Baruch now to share a little bit more about our go-to-market strategy.
Thank you, Nick. So how are we taking this exciting product to the market? We are looking at a B2B2C play. We will be going after the businesses, the companies, to provide this benefit to the employees so that they can attract them and retain them in the long term. The phase one of our go-to-market focuses on validating the value, usability, and viability of the product. At this phase, we will be working with two fantastic companies, two of our lead customers. Vagara is located in the West Coast, and 80% of their workforce is under the age of 40. These people live in the same house, they share a house, so that they can work for the company. For Vagara, this product means solving such a difficult problem for their workforce so that they can retain the talent in such a competitive landscape. On the other side, Intelsat, located in Virginia. Average age in Intelsat is 45. Intelsat looks at our product as a way to attract younger talent into the workforce. By bringing those diverse perspectives into our product, we will be confident to go after the national market in the US. And once we are there, we will go to phase two. At phase two, we will be working with channel partners. TriNet and Insperity are top of our list, as Nick mentioned. And those customers, those channel partners, will give us access to hundreds of thousands of potential users in less than a couple of years. When we are ready to, when we start executing on this, we will have an accelerated path to penetrating the market in the next couple of years. So let me talk about the market a bit. We are looking at a well-established market with healthy growth, and it's very sizable. At global scale, the HR benefits market is valued at $56 billion last year, and it's expected to grow to $75 billion in less than a decade. Only the US portion of that market, where we will be playing, is valued at $22 billion. At first phase, we will be going after companies with more than 250 employees. And even if we can get to the fraction of those, our revenues can go up to $1 billion. A bit about the unit economics. We will be charging $10 per active user per month, and we are expecting on average there will be 100 active users per company. This puts us to $12,000 revenue per year. If we take the variable cost of serving those customers, we are looking at a healthy 75% gross margin. Based on our market research and our go-to-market strategy, we expect to hit $85 million in revenue in 5 years, and also break even in year 4, 2027. With this, I'll hand over to Rodrigo to talk about the competitive landscape.
Thank you, Baris. So when a customer embarks in their path to home ownership, they find a fragmented and incomplete solution. They will need to go to several players in order to solve their needs. They will need to go to Zillow for forecasting their down payment. They would need to go to Zillow again to monitor market prices. And they would need to go to several offerings of saving accounts. Instead, we bring everything together in an integrated solution. So, and not only that, but we also offer that is going to be funded by the employer, and even the employer can match a savings account for some of their employees. Let me tell you about the hearts and minds behind Close to Home. We have Nick Monsi, who has funded and scaled organizations in the past. Baris, who has led the development of technology products in the B2B segment for almost 10 years. And myself, who brings 15 years of experience in employee benefits and insurance. And we have also signed 2 great advisors. Laura, who is an expert in HR solutions that will help us understanding the B2B segment. And Shirley, who's an important VP in one of California's biggest credit unions. She will help us understand the relationship that we need to have with financial institutions. What you see here is our 4-year roadmap. As you can see, there are important milestones there. Some of them involve new revenue streams and new products. But today, our focus is to build that MVP that we're going to test and develop and validate with our two lead customers, Vagaro and Intelsat. So for that, we're asking today for $800,000 US. And with that, I want to thank you for your time, and I hope you can join us in our journey to help U.S. employees accelerate their path to home ownership.
Judges, the clock is rolling.
Morning.
Great presentation, and the B2B2C is a huge market. Could you talk about the end user benefit, how much they need to allocate the resource to, and how much employee supports, and what's the benefit, and like a typical home purchase, what's their benefit?
For sure. So I think there are a couple of key things for the end user. One is the ability to look into the future and understand how the impact of time value of money on a home purchase 3-5 years down the road. Short term, the market's very volatile. Long term, historical trends in the real estate industry are fairly consistent. And so we can give them a reasonable expectation that many people who are maybe not as mathematically savvy might not be able to calculate on their own. The second piece too is just a note on the down payment assistance program. So currently, I think only 10% of US home purchases include any sort of government support, even though the money is there. And so people just aren't accessing it. It's an opportunity for them to get some guidance around that as well.
On the top of that, could you explain about some tax benefit if you imply, and also that why you can keep the 70% margin?
For sure.
And also, final point is when quitting the job, what happens?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that last point is just a logistical element that we're going to test as we start to roll out with lead customers. And we obviously don't want to shut down the account of someone who would keep saving. The first question that you ask, can you just repeat the first point again? Tax benefits, yes.
Tax benefits.
So on the tax benefit side, on the employee side, there's a first-time homebuyer savings account program in certain states in the U.S. Right now, it's about a quarter of the country, where employees can put money into an account, designate it as a first-time homebuyer savings account, and then on their taxes, they get a tax break at the state level. Now, at the federal level, that's not in existence yet. It is in Canada, if we wanted to go to Canada. But there's an opportunity there for potential regulatory change and advocacy on our behalf over time. And then the margin, do you have any thoughts on that, Baruch?
Yeah, the margin was based on simply cloud costs, but also making sure that there is enough customer support and customer engagement management. We will be also charging, we didn't put it here, we will be charging one-time onboarding fee to the companies while we are integrating with their payrolls or their HR benefit systems. And that will be taken care of by that one-time charge. And then throughout the years, it's only serving the customers and users and supporting them.
Waverly.
So I can see the appeal of the product for the end user. Mm-hmm. But I'm worried about the target customer user mismatch that I see. So one, we had interviews from people who want to buy homes, and two, we had quotes from a couple of benefits providers for whom it's fairly obvious why they would just put this in their portfolio and want to sell it if it sells, right? But we didn't hear a lot from the HR manager, and HR managers are being absolutely hammered by people who say, oh, corporates have money, so let's sell to consumers by actually getting the corporations to pay. Mm-hmm. The examples that you used of employee benefits come from the kinds of companies where I think the employees make a lot of money and may not be the same struggling first-time buyers. So I'm interested in, one, have you had a lot of conversations with HR managers about how they choose benefits? And two, how do you then engage the right users in the company who actually need the help?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I can provide a little bit more context. We have had a number of conversations with HR directors. The one thing, so I'll tell a little bit of an anecdote around the perception of what is affordable based on company. One HR staff member that we talked to works at BlackRock in New York City, largest wealth management company in the world. She can't afford to buy a home in New York. And so for people who work at some of these big companies, they can't even afford to buy a home in their home market, right? Talking to HR directors, Vagaro as an example, and I know these are anecdotal, but they represent what we've been hearing from the field. Vagaro, as Barash mentioned, 80% of their workforce is under the age of 40. And literally we were told that multiple groups of employees in the company are renting properties together because they can't even afford to have their own rental property in the Bay Area. And so when I was talking to Mark, who's the head of their HR operation, he practically jumped over the table when I told him the idea, because he said, we need something like this. Like there's point solution fatigue for sure, but a lot of that is around this constellation of health insurance benefits that are supplementing the core health insurance offering. There's just not something that's tackling this really big issue for younger workers across the country.
Talk to me a little bit about what about this is hard to copy or becomes harder to copy as you scale?
For sure. I mean, I think the solution as a whole can be copied, right? It's worth acknowledging that a lot of things can be copied. Part of this is the aggregation of resources over time to put together this comprehensive solution. Like there is a down payment database, that's a down payment assistance database online that has information about what different states offer. But it's taken a lot of time and energy for that company to put all that information together, and someone has to go and seek that out. And so what we can do is we can take all these resources and aggregate them in one place, and then use historical data as we make these forecasts for employees to kind of refine the target of and the accuracy of what the down payment should be 3-5 years down the road, so that we can give them a more and more accurate quote over time. And so that's just a use of data play. And then I think ultimately this is also a market play too, right? Like if we can establish a quality solution, go to HR and benefits providers, go to companies, be the first one in the market, generate momentum, then that plays in our favor.
First of all, nice work, and you're going first, so it's amazing. I think the question that I have is, you talk about the problem in the market, which is folks can't afford a down payment or are having a hard time saving to buy a home. I think that problem is a little more systemic than can be solved with the solution you're talking about. So it feels like you're falling more into the kind of budgeting app category, and there's a lot out there for that. So like, how do you differentiate from the 500 choices that I have to budget?
Yeah, so I do want to emphasize this too, because we brought up in the presentation. That's a component of what we offer, but what we're really looking to do is, for a lot of young prospective homeowners, they don't have a full knowledge of the process from the time that I start putting money away until I take the steps to actually make the purchase, right? And that point around education keeps coming up in conversations with HR directors, in conversations with end users. And so the platform is really built as an end-to-end solution to help people navigate that process to the point where they're actually making the home purchase. It's not meant to be just a savings app. That's a critical part of the process, but not everything. The other thing that I just want to reference is that when you look at the issue of not having enough money for a down payment, part of it is discipline, part of it is not being able to put money away, part of it is that there's not enough money to put away for many people. And so motivating, I understand that early on employees may not jump all over this, but long-term motivating employers to think about what role can I play to help stabilize my workforce and create, lifetime value through real estate for my employees. That's an opportunity to expand the pie without, depending upon government regulatory change, which can, blow with the wind sometimes.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. I was going to say, I think honestly the most interesting aspect of it is if you can convince employers to match. But as an employer, I'm like, okay, that's just like me paying my employees more money, right? So it feels like there's a general challenge with the earnings an employee has relative to the housing market that they're in. And I'm not sure, again, that like how it all comes together to be solved by your platform, but I understand your approach.
For sure. And real quick, sorry, Kathleen, just the 2 lead customers that we had, one was very focused on the match. They were like, this is the value for us. One on the education. And so it depends on the employer. Yeah.
Last question, please.
Yeah.
Afford, you talked about this housing being affordable. I'm sitting in California and I tell you as an employee, I want a $20 million house. Is there an educational component? We had a crisis in this country in the mortgage that was a predatory industry that allowed people to buy more than they should, or et cetera. Do you address that?
Absolutely. So when we provide the first quote, the idea is that we're going to be able to build a system where we can look at current income levels, maybe look into the future a little bit and forecast what changes in income might happen, and then give feedback. If the employee or the prospective buyer says that they want a 5-bedroom home, that's $5 million and the down payment is whatever, if they can't afford that, we're going to tell them that. Or we're going to give them a quote for exactly what we think is reasonable in that zip code. And if they can't afford anything there, then we'll tell them that too, but we need to be honest about it.
Great job. MyCFO.ai, please come get mic'd up. Judges, please input your feedback real time. We'll do changeovers as quickly as we can. Thank you for managing that. Great job. Great job.
Only one?
Nope. Seb's got one.
Seb's got one.
You need a lav. You need a mic. We'll get you a mic. Liz, people might have accidentally walked out with the mics. Do you mind running after him? Nikolai's getting his. We're missing a couple mics. People might have actually walked out with them accidentally. Yeah, Liz is there too. Don't worry. Okay.
Can you just make an announcement that all teams need to be, 10 minutes before their presentation, need to be outside because our AV team is swapping out. Well,
I see.
So the person who's putting the mics on is in the hallway
Got
just
it. I will do
outside
that.
door.
Thanks. Sorry. Hey teams, quick check. There's an AV support team right outside the door. So before you are to go, while they're in Q&A and the team before you, could you go outside and they'll mic you up? Like 10 minutes ahead. I didn't realize that. Excellent service was being provided. So please be outside getting mic'd 10 minutes in advance. Sorry. Thanks, Amber. Fumble. Can you borrow a chair? Of course. You guys okay? You have enough? Great. Please join us. You gonna sit there? Are you gonna sit there? Or just borrowing a chair? Fine. Sorry, it'll be smoother for the next one. Judges, you have an extra minute. Does that make a horrible beeping noise? We're not going to find out. No mic? No mic for you? You good? Okay, you're there. Wait for Sev. Yeah, we're waiting on Sev getting mic'd up. Nope, we're just missing one person. So action 3, you heard that? You'll go down after, and then Ella, get mic'd up so we'll be smoother the next 2. That was on me, I apologize. Nikolai, will you sit? Ready? We'll see. Tap, tap. Say hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
It's on now.
I need the...
This is your clicker.
Perfect, excellent. Okay, thank you.
Without further ado, myCFO.ai.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We're really delighted to be here, and it's really an honor to be here with you in person. And yes, including meeting some of you who have invested in that space. So what we're doing is we're building a business-to-business software as a service company that delivers AI-powered CFO-like support for small businesses. So we want to move away from complex business financial dashboards and transform that into a wider conversation. Yes. Great. So the team. So I'm Sev. I'll have to come closer actually to see what's. So I'm Sev. In my day job, I'm an M&A, a mergers and acquisition advisor. So I analyze the business performance of companies. I'm based in London. I'm ex-PwC as well, and I used to be a product innovator at Airbus. Nikolai, our CTO, is a city trader. He develops machine learning algorithms specifically for financial analysis. And Elena, she's a banking sales executive with a very large network of bankers supporting small businesses that we've used extensively in our research. We also have 3 advisors, a fund manager and entrepreneur, Dan, who is in this room, who is a B2B sales specialist and a platform partnerships leader. And we're also informally mentored by the head of business partnerships at one of the top 3 cloud accounting platforms. Great. So problem. Micro to small businesses do not understand their financials. For example, the concept of gross margin isn't something that is intuitively understood by micro to small businesses. And our research shows that it is causing them huge issues. So pretty much to stay alive as a business, but also to take informed decisions or to troubleshoot growth. So if data-led business decisions may not be readily accessible to small businesses now, the data itself is becoming accessible. So one of the first decisions that small businesses take is which cloud accounting platform to use. And usually that's followed by some sort of a sales pipeline or customer relationship management cloud service, followed by more cloud services. And so what we're doing is we're integrating all of this data, and we're offering access to a natural language, very intuitive chat interface so that small business owners can query their data and ask their most urgent questions. So for example, my revenue has reached a plateau, what is happening? And so what we do is we go through the cloud accounting data and we measure growth. And then we also look at the CRM data. We measure interactions with potential customers and we give insights. We also suggest whether they want to discuss this further with their accountants if they have one. And we also push actionable notifications to them, such as, oh, this may be a good time for you to hire an extra member of your team. And now Nikolai will show you our working proprietary engine.
Yeah, hello, good morning. I'm Nikolai, Chief Innovations Officer of my CFO AI. I will show to you our fully functional product. This is our landing page listing many ways you can start a conversation with our engine. Let's go. We will use our own ChatGPT style interface we developed. We are logging into the system. Once we're logged in, we will say hello to the chatbot. We can connect to external data sources to collect necessary accounting data, or we can just talk to the bot in a very laid-back human language to report a business process. What you are seeing right now is exactly this. The client is interacting with the bot about their business activities and asking questions to predict future cash flows. Of note, even the latest cutting-edge language models give wrong answers to such questions, especially when recurring activities are involved. Our engine gives an accurate response to this question and to even more complicated one about their future returns, giving very qualitative descriptions of the calculations result. This is the response the engine is giving. So how do we achieve that? I will show to you what's going on under the hood. I'm logging into our backend interface, our proprietary layer, to provide accurate responses. This is how we see the conversation. AI parsing, using chain of thought and other AI techniques to map each request to the internal knowledge graph, what we are seeing right now, of accounting and financial concepts. The knowledge graph is scalable, and many new entries could be added. Each transaction is processed to form the calculation tree. This is the example of our simple case. Once calculations are performed, we can customize various reports to be given back to the user in multiple formats back into the chart. And now we can move forward and create our own custom metric on new financial knowledge using the data from the private knowledge graph. And this is how the engine was able to answer the question about asset returns. We keep on adding new functionality each day to provide a better service to the end users. And back to you, Seth.
Thank you. All right, so the size of the opportunity, I'll start here by just giving you an overview of who our customer persona is. So it's a micro to small business that is using a cloud accounting platform such as Xero or QuickBooks or Sage. It's also using some sort of a sales pipeline or CRM, software as a service. It's likely to use an accountant or a bookkeeper, and it doesn't have a board or a CFO. And with that population in English-speaking territories, UK, North America, Australia, New Zealand, our sum is about 1.1 billion. But the global opportunity is much bigger. There's 33 million small businesses in the US alone. But we will start by narrowing it down to the ones using cloud accounting platform in the first instance, and that's our SAM, so about 19 billion across English-speaking territories. So our offering, we grow with small businesses. We have a starter offering that includes 3 integrations, typically cloud accounting platform, banking, and a CRM or a sales pipeline management system. And then we offer some more integrations. We also plan to partner up with accounting practices. Our research has shown that they overwhelmingly are looking for ways to engage more with their small business customers. And this allows us, by doing that, we increase our predictability of our revenue. If you don't have an accountant as a small business and you're facing, I don't know, a business slowdown or you need extra help, we have a mini CFO or financial director offering where we matchmake you with somebody who is able to help you. Yes. Great. So it's our AI-powered natural language intuitive chat interface that is really our competitive advantage here. Once our customers start plugging their data into us, this becomes our mode. So it's an AI-driven data integration mode that we're building. What goes in our unit economics? So we offer one free month for all our offerings, and then 50% off the following 3 months. We invest in sales and marketing, targeting in the first instance accounting practices. We have an onboarding team to show day 0 value with free guidance calls that we offer to everyone. And you'll see our highest margin is for our accounting practice offering. And this lines up with our go-to-market strategy. And it enables us to serve small businesses, but also have an attractive profitability. So go-to-market, we'll start with accounting practices in the first 2 years. We'll build goodwill and early revenue with them. And then in year 3, when we have a full release of our offering, we'll try to use community as well. So they're used by peers, which is very powerful in the target population we are after. And we'll partner up with accounting platforms as well. We have lined up the team size and the sales budget to deliver on growth. So we reach positive gross margin in year 4 and 77 million of top line revenue by year 5. We need 1.1 million pre-seed over the first year to make it happen. How we'll use the fund? So we have a wait list of accounting practices and small businesses ready to trial our product. we'll release our alpha and beta to them in the first year. Second year, we focus on our 7 integration products. And then after that, we scale and we grow our team, always keeping a sales budget between 30 to 50% of revenue. Yes, thank you. Thanks very much. So please scan this if you'd like to chat with us, ask any questions, or book a follow-up meeting with us. And yes, thank you very much for your time.
I dropped my thing. What is proprietary about your database? I have 2 questions because it was very hard to see the product graph. And I was confused if you really have something proprietary in terms of financial help for me if I'm a small retail or not.
I'm sorry for being that quick in this demonstration because there are lots of layers we wanted to show, and to fit this into 2 minutes video was quite hard. So there are 3 elements in our system. The first element is a AI component which decomposes and passes the user request into various understandable pieces of knowledge. Then there is a knowledge graph of various financial components linked together with their descriptions, with their relationships, and so on. And then there is a custom financial knowledge component which we or our financial analysts working with us can easily add to the system. And we already have the functionality for that. So effectively,
can I just jump in for a sec? Yeah. I think Venetia's actually asking what data did you use to train the model, and especially with SMB, their data is notoriously inaccurate, so garbage in, garbage out, and so curious as to how you got SMB data and how you trained the model.
There are no machine learning models involved in this engine. It's just the accounting and corporate finance knowledge graph, which allows AI to give a very precise responses back to the user. What we do as well, we allow connection from external databases like cloud accounting platforms to download the accounting data into the engine, so that the knowledge graph is populated with this information, and then put all together. The system is able to give back accurate and intelligent response to the user in a very human language.
The knowledge graph is pretty much the heart of our sort of intelligent engine. It's like a map. It maps accounting abstractions, but it's also able to map, for example, sales pipeline information with forecast for future revenue. So it's the map that is proprietary. And we will keep expanding it as we connect to other cloud services. So we will start with cloud accounting and sales pipeline. Banking in the UK is relatively accessible with open banking, so you can yes, and then we can expand it to inventory management systems, payroll, and continue building our knowledge graph. I hope that. Yes.
I think the similar question. One of the very basic functions of the CFO, especially for the small medium enterprise, is collecting those input data and adjusting the wrong information for the financial. I understand you have an outside resource or data to modeling, but how to adjust and correct and refine or make sure the information is accurate?
I think it's a really good question, and we spend a lot of time thinking about that. And I think this is what drove our decision to target the micro and small businesses that use cloud accounting platforms, so we have access to the data, and also are very likely to use accountants already. So we know that the transactions, how they are inputs is in the cloud accounting data. Somebody is helping them with their reporting pretty much. So by focusing on that population in the first instance, That's how we were trying to solve that. Yes.
On the top of the question, the answer, I think that's a great point. I think what's the expected unit economics and also the human interaction of the AI model versus the accountant or human power, adjustment.
So you mean let me try to go back to that to see if that's helpful. One sec. Yes, this one. Yes, so I mean, in our unit economics, we've factored in the onboarding team, which we think is key because our research has shown that while there's a subset of the micro to small businesses segment that is really receptive to tech and AI, there's another subset that is needs a bit more guidance. And so by making sure we have these free guidance calls, 30 minutes when somebody starts signing up for free, we're bringing them in, trying to understand. It also gives us data points, trying to understand what their challenges are, what are the key questions they want to answer in the first instance, and helping them understand how the product works as well. And then in the mini CFO offering, which may be what you were asking as well. So this is where we will have a couple of fractional CFOs on payroll. And so these persons would be available for video calls with the clients that need help. So we factor them in the unit economics for the mini CFO offering here. Yes.
The most interesting thing that you said was we have a wait list of accounting firms and small businesses that want to work with us. And I was like, why didn't you talk about that? So when you actually have customers lined up, that's a really good thing to tell investors. It sounds like for the first several years, you want to go to business through the accountants that work with the SMBs. And it seems to me that would be a more interesting story to tell. What would they use this to do? What are the problems that they have? And they're lined up to talk to you. So why are you not creating a tool that enables the accountants for the small businesses rather than a tool that's specifically aimed at the small businesses?
That's a great question. So let me try to answer that super briefly. So we went to accounting and tech conferences, real fun. And it became really clear to us that actually accountants and bookkeepers, they are looking for ways to upsell because what they can charge for advisory services is much more than for just bookkeeping. But that transition is really hard for them. They find it hard. How do you, you're a bookkeeper, how do you sell, more advisory services? So our product, because it changes the way small businesses interact with their financials, and also we send prompts like, do you want to have a further conversation with your accountant about that? It's a great way for accountants to, have like a unprompted.
So you just made my case.
Yes, so but that's what we're trying to do. So
because the use case that you showed us was actually more a sales enablement, sales uplift than what I would consider a CFO type of conversation. So it seems to me that maybe what you want to do is think about how could you tell the story of bookkeepers are doing this, but with our tool they can do this, 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 and this.
Yes, it's a really good point. And I think there's an element of the name as well, mycfo.ai, that we thought about this long and hard because some small businesses, what's a CFO? They're not sure what a CFO is. So we're still working on that. But yes, there's like a congruence of elements there, which is what's really important our research has shown that the one single contributor to small businesses' success is that they understand precisely their financials. Where are my costs? What's my revenue trend? Am I profitable? If I grow, am I still profitable? And now my revenue is stalling, what's going on? And it's very hard to troubleshoot that. So accountants and bookkeepers, they are also led by what's needed for their small businesses. Yes.
show that our technology is flexible enough not only to answer the questions of purely accounting nature, but of a broader perspective in terms of what revenue drivers can be, how people can improve their sales, and so on. The technology allows this.
Thank you, my CFO.
Thank you very much.
Action 3, I know you're mic'd up. Please assume the position. Judges, take your time in putting your responses.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for giving us this amazing opportunity to present our business idea. I'm Yushen Liu, the CEO of Action 3. At Action 3, we provide the data and the software solution to help large companies collect, measure, and disclose their supply chain emission data at a competitive price with high accuracy. This will help them comply with the upcoming Scope 3 climate disclosure regulations, which will require them to start collecting data from 2025, only 7 months away. So, why is collecting supply chain emission data such a big ask for a lot of companies today? I want you to take a deep look at this picture. A single car has around 30,000 parts, counting each part down to the smallest screws. The 30,000 or so parts use different raw materials, have different manufacturing processes, and different emission profiles. With the new regulations in place, an automobile company, for example, will need to coordinate with hundreds of their suppliers to figure out emissions from essentially all of these parts. Needless to say how complicated the task is to ensure the accuracy. And there is also the incentive issue. Suppliers are not the ones who are held accountable by the regulators. They will be willing to collaborate only if the resources and money they have to put in are reasonable. They also don't see this as a benefit today as the costs are too high. They're worried about disclosing sensitive production cost information to their customers as well. However, overcoming these challenges are absolutely critical to the reporting entity, because failing to do so will expose them to significant compliance risks and consequences enforced by the regulators, stock exchanges, investors, so on and so forth, which will only become more and more stringent. So our solution, I'll pass it to Steve, to our CTO, to talk about it.
Thank you, Yushin. So what is our secret sauce? So as a middleman between our customers and the suppliers, we're providing a SaaS tool that allows the suppliers to reconstruct their manufacturing process from carbon emission perspective. So anyone with knowledge with their own process could come into the system and provide details that will account for cradle to gate emission calculation. We've evolved this process from self-reported static snapshot to a continuous and automated approach with greater granularity. So this is how it's visualized. So as you input a resource or a process, the system will automatically pull out the corresponding unit and the relevant factors for the calculation. The suppliers will need to do this only once, and as you can imagine, it will be clearer, stronger, and a stronger network effect as more and more suppliers come on board. Effectively, we have empowered the suppliers. We have empowered suppliers to create what's equivalent to a food nutrition product for every batch of their product. Now let's take a quick look at our competitive landscape. Broadly speaking, there are two types of players now, the consulting firms and the software providers. So our analysis reveals that there are currently no software providers offering supplier benchmarking or be able to save suppliers hundreds of thousands of dollars in green financing by providing traceable data compliant with regulatory framework. While the Big Four always claim that they are one-stop shop, it often comes at tremendous cost. And in terms of data quality, our fine-tuned model trained with proprietary granular data will be able to cross-reference across customers as well as the vertical value chain. And last not but the least, none of the major software providers have substantial coverage in Asia, where the highest density of suppliers resides. So our focus in this region will be impactful. So coming up, let me introduce Yuka, our CFO, will walk you through our target market.
Thank you. Talk about market size. Mandatory regulatory disclosure requirement for Scope 3 carbon emission will be effective 2025 at the earliest. The large circle shows the number of listed companies required to disclose Scope 3 carbon emission in the markets such as the EU and Asia-Pacific countries. Middle circle shows the market that have committed to do so in a specific timeline. Small circle is our obtainable market, including companies manufacturing finished goods. This circle will only grow massively as more countries will adopt Scope 3 regulations. Here is our unit economics and financial forecast. According to the survey, each listed companies have spent $500,000 US on disclosure under Scope 1 and 2, which are related to the company's own carbon emission. As for Scope 3, we estimate one customer's revenue will be $700,000 US per year, assuming with 250 suppliers. The cost can be passed on to the supplier, $3,000 US each. The contribution margin will be 72%. Because of the time constraint, we move aggressively and will be expect to be profitable in the third year and acquire 1,000 customers in 5 years' time. Back to you, Shen.
Thank you, Yuka. So given the scalability of this business and we aim to become the dominant player in this area, we'll adopt an aggressive winner-takes-all type of strategy. So that involves direct engagement with potential customers for their feedback from the beginning, in parallel with extensive upfront R&D to build a really strong MVP and beta products. Leveraging our relationship, we'll also establish early partnerships with notable financial institutions, regulators, and auditing firms, not only for their endorsement, but also to explore ways to enhance the incentives we can give to suppliers together. From there, we'll build a beta product, collaborating with 3 to 5 pilot customers in the finished goods sector who have high brand awareness and large numbers of suppliers in Asia. This will help us enhance our data coverage and accelerate the network effect our business model organically inherits. So leveraging our connections in this area, we have already engaged with a list of leading companies with supply chain in Asia who have already expressed interest in our product. As I've mentioned, we are an all-star team with tremendous connections who can turn this from idea to reality. So a bit intro of the team. For myself, I have 15 years experiences running and growing a top-notch research and data business in the energy transition area as part of Bloomberg. Yuka, our CFO, 30 plus years experiences in auditing and assurance, including advice companies on ESG best practices, and she's currently a partner at EY. Steve, our CTO, 15 years experiences in delivering enterprise data and analytics solution. Angela, our chief legal officer, law background, has been advising companies on ESG disclosures in Hong Kong. We also have Todd and Jerry, our 2 software developers and product managers who are both full stack developers in this area. And Todd is a student of University of Chicago. We also engage with a few advisors who have been giving us invaluable advice. Seabright has been investing in tech companies with a bunch of impact investors. Meet is a supply chain specialist, and Anthony is an entrepreneur who owns a lot of proprietary smart metering data in the UK and EU. So, you heard about the team. Let's talk a little bit about what it takes in terms of money to accomplish our business milestones. As I mentioned, our go-to-market strategy synchronizes with the compliance regulations in different jurisdictions. So that means a tight timeline and the upfront R&D to push out a strong product to the market ASAP. So for 1.5 million, we'll build a beta product with pilot customers in the next 6 to 12 months. We expect to launch the official product next year with 3.5 million investment, mostly goes into the R&D. And we'll then go to the moon from there. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions. Please.
It's definitely a huge market potential here, and Europe will move very fast. I'm on the board of a European bank, and we don't have any tools to measure if we can give a loan, yes or no, to a customer. So my question to you is, where the company is going to be based geographically and legally?
Yeah, sure. Of course, the 4 of us are all based in Hong Kong, but we really consider ourselves as a global business, and we help with global companies to comply with the Scope 3 emission requirements. So the company will be incorporated based on the customer demand and also what best suits for the business. But definitely EU is a strong target market we want to enter the first because of the EU CSRD regulation.
In terms of Europe is going to be much more aggressive to reinforce fines. And the fines, they're very severe because for first time, a demand has been created as a result of government interference to the private industry. Mm-hmm. So how far you are with the people you show us, Apple and some other big names, to talk to them, and how willing they're going to be to coordinate with you, because maybe they have some issues in their production, and that can be very economically hurtful for them. Have you talked to them, and if so, give us some color.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So we conducted a dozen of very in-depth interviews with the organizations we listed on that page. So a lot of them are global manufacturing companies with significant supply chain exposure in Asia. And as you said, they definitely find it a very challenging task to really figure out the supply chain emission and also ensure the data they collected from the suppliers are accurate. And our solution will be addressing this issue for them, because we'll incentivize suppliers and also to submit the data in a way they can really understand, paired up with our proprietary model to match with the emission factors for the suppliers to really understand their emission profiles. And we'll also provide benchmarking, supply chain mapping for the customers to have a more holistic view about where emission comes from in their supply chain. And I'm not sure, Steve, if you want to add more colors on this as well.
I think really on the technology side, I think a conversation has come up to they're actually waiting to see our sort of kicking prototype. So I think really what really makes it apart from the other competitors is the way the business model that we sort of gather more granular data, the production data from the supplier, and we sort of serve as the middleman, so they do not worry about exposing their sensitive cost side information to the customers. Yes, please.
So this reminds me very much of the 1990s when supply chain visibility and the rollout of the software vendors who created that visibility. So why wouldn't the supply chain visibility players who connect all of the members of the supply chain just add this as a data field so that they could do the reporting? And would they be a logical acquirer for you?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. I think of course, there are a lot of supply chain management companies that large companies are already working with, but their focus so far is still on the traditional, inventory management, cost management, warehouse kind of stuff. We don't see any like incumbent players in this area who are very dedicated to the emission management piece for the supply chain. Also, like in order to do that, you need some sort of expertise understanding the regulation landscape in this area, which opens up space for new type of player like us.
Just very quickly from a technical perspective, it's less than a supply chain management platform in terms of we don't dig into details that's not relevant to carbon. The other piece is in order to calculate that we're providing the basic factors in order to get up the calculation. And our algorithm Yusen was talking about, we are able to match the factor with much better, with many more dimensions for the accuracy of that calculation.
Can you go to the competitors base? I think this is a bigger business, and there's those competitors like Persephone is doing what you said. They are trying to do everything what you said, and because they are big entity and they spend a lot of the money to achieve those, and they are not delivering those yet. Why you can deliver, and also the Webley mentioned the supply chain logistics company. The reason logistic company is more supplying some valid data because they are third-party data. They are not directly reported data, which is you need to validate the data accuracy. How you solve the problem? I don't see the differentiation.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. Of course, there are a lot of climate tech startups in the GHG intelligence area, and they've already received good funding and evaluation. we really see this is a good thing because this is a growing market. The carbon emission reporting market is a growing business, and we should all try to make the pie bigger. And of course, there are competitors in this place, but we definitely see ourselves as the differentiation because companies like Watershed, Persephone, they are pretty much focusing on the full suite of scope 1, 2, and 3 solutions, and with a lot of focus on scope 1 and 2, which are the company's own direct emissions and already established focus there. So, and it's also their business model relies very much on self-reported data. So the company need to tell them, our emissions, but our solution is much more granular. We're trying to really build this supplier database to understand what causes emission from each of the manufacturing process. And also there are sector focus, like Persephone and Watershed, they're pretty much focusing on a lot of large tech companies like Microsoft. They don't really have such a strong focus on the manufacturing finished goods sector who have very long tail of suppliers. And also we are strategically focusing on markets where supply chains are really intense, such as Asia, that put us into a very unique, strong competitive position.
Sorry. One additional question since we're on this slide. I think a lot of folks use the consulting firms today for credibility reasons and kind of CYA purposes, if you will. How do you think your platform can build that level of credibility, become an industry standard such that someone can go to their board and say, Action 3 did this, so we're good?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So thank you for your question. For a lot of consulting firms, especially auditing firms who have the consulting arms, they definitely start to provide the due diligence and the limited assurance for this type of disclosure. But there is a natural conflict of interest for Big Four to really scale this up because in order to provide assurance, they can't really do the data gathering, do the data collection themselves, especially in the future when the law enforcement becomes more and more stringent. So we definitely see us as a complementary to that type of business, and we'll start to establish partnership with Big Four, with consulting firms, so that we can together ensure provide audit-ready data to the auditing firms, consulting firms to provide assurance that will also give us the opportunity to be seen as a credible player in this area. And I think there is network effect. So if more companies really work with us, and in a particular sector, especially with companies with high brand awareness, it will be much easier for us to be seen as a credible player much faster in the future.
I want to talk a little bit about how you're going to protect the supplier, because your differentiator, it sounds to me like, is you're not looking to the user, you're looking to the supplier. How are you going to validate the information that they're going to give you? Because you're taking their proprietary information. How are you going to protect them? And how are you going to know that they're not lying to you?
Steve.
So from technical perspective, we are going to provide electronic data exchange that connect to all kinds of sensors that are already there in the market. And also a way is part of the roadmap is we have a multi-form AI to help them to automatically capture data from maybe their purchasing order, maybe their electricity bill. And the other piece is information that the other people will not be able to do is because one of the suppliers may have many clients, and we will be able to, instead of looking at one client, we are able to check the data that's aggregated against maybe their up and downstream input and output to provide sort of data validation.
You haven't built this yet, though.
We have a prototype. The document capture piece is pretty mature. But then as we accumulate more data from the suppliers, and then we will be able to we will be able to train that to sort of a pre-trained model and get the validation engine running.
But if I'm a supplier and I come to you and say, I'll give you my data, but I have to know how you're protecting me, because if there is something that you find that's inconsistent, you can destroy the supplier's business. How do you answer that problem so that you know that you get full transparency with your suppliers? Because they're your key.
So technically, if you go to the attachment, there's a supplier dashboard and there's a customer dashboard. And the supplier, the data validation, as the first step, the data validation, all these alerts are sent to the suppliers. So if we go back. So the suppliers will see the data they're submitting, or we automatically capture, they're going to submit it to the customers, or on the right-hand side. So they can see the data we are preparing, or they're preparing, they're reporting to each of the suppliers, each of the customers, and they will see the data validation text on it before they actually submit it. And there's a layer. We are acting as a middleman, so we sort of protect their data before the customer will not see the full picture of each supplier. They will only see that's relevant to the products supplied to them.
May I just add one point? So that's from the technology perspective. From the incentive perspective, suppliers need to provide accurate data to their customers who will need to fill in this data to the reporting. So there is some chain of accountability each party needs to consider. Of course, we can't prevent anyone from lying, but I think from an incentive perspective, they know there will be consequences. Also, we are going to link suppliers with financial institutions who can potentially use this data to give them transition loans or green bonds to help them with the decarbonization efforts. So we'll try to really bump up their confidence by disclosing full transparent data.
Thank you, Action 3.
Ella.
Thank you for joining. Today we have Teddy, Hank, Michael, and me, Vasu. Imagine you're stepping into a hotel where your comforts and convenience is not just expected, but is automatically delivered to you without any interference from your side around any hotel around the world. Welcome to Ella, where our mission is to elevate the guest experience. So what is Ella? If you're a guest, Ella for you is the way for you to instantly communicate with the hotel staff, access all the hotel amenities through a click of a button, and collect those valuable rewards by those transactions. If you're a hotel, Ella is your CRM for guests. Through Ella, you can better manage your service staff, which are so valuable to you. And finally, you will be able to provide the right services at the right moments to the right kind of guests. This takes us to the two-sided network model. On the one side, we have the hotels, and the other side, we have the guests. Ella intends to enter the market on the hotel side by providing them a platform through which they can communicate with the guests. Through these guest engagements, Ella's network will grow because hotels will eventually want to get on the Ella platform. Why? Because through these guest engagements, hotels will see a better occupancy rate, increase in their revenue, and eventually their profits. But why will independent hotels want to work with Ella? Let's find out from Michael.
So you might be surprised, as I was, to learn that the big hotel chains actually only make up 10% of the global markets. Marriott's just 3%. Independent hotels are 90% of the market, and they have salient challenges, starting with low occupancy rates of 60%. That makes them overly reliant on online travel agencies like Booking.com and Expedia that charge exorbitant fees north of 20%. And they have limited guest insights that are useful so they can differentiate and personalize their experiences to compete with these big chains. They lack resources and the technical know-how to build their own digital solutions, and we know this is increasingly important with the next generation of travelers. We interviewed over 50 hotels and industry experts, and they want Ella. They want a solution like this, and why? It's because it's impossible to communicate everything at the check-in desk. Having a seamless way to interact with guests, busy guests on the go, is a game changer. And a lot of them are thinking about building their own apps, but they admit that it's inefficient to do so, it's too expensive and too complex. They don't have negotiating power with Booking.com to lower those rates, and they're looking for loyalty programs to increase those repeat stays. So right now, we have one partner in development that owns 2 hotels in the UK, and then we have active pipeline through these discovery interviews in Ireland. Once we prove out with these test customers and get our product ready and refined, then we'll scale up, starting again with that hotel network. How will we do that? In a concentrated way in the UK and Ireland first, with hotels and resorts that are large enough and complex enough with 80+ rooms, 3-star services, so they can immediately see the impact of that digital implementation. We'll acquire them through direct sales because this is a very traditional industry. And we'll partner through local hotel associations so that we can quickly build up scale in a concentrated way. We'll of course expand regionally to Europe and have other strategic partnerships, but we'll amplify that, our sales team, with marketing channels. Once we get to 2,000 hotels, we're clearly in phase 2 of our go-to-market strategy. That phase 2 will be actually delivering the booking and loyalty programs to our end consumers. And we're confident that we can do that through digital marketing with my experience and also with how these users interact online. I'll now hand it over to Teddy to talk about the size of the opportunity.
Thank you, Michael. This is a huge market. Ella is the disruptor in the market with the integrated technologies and a holistic business model that offers a highly functional hotel guest app, personalized trip planning and booking, and one universal loyalty and reward program. All combined, this is 270 billion market potential. 170 billion can be served by Ella in the near to mid-term. Within 10 years, if we just take 4% of the market share, we can generate 12 billion in revenue for the employees and the investors. Can we do this? Yes, we can. We have a very strong and the right team to tackle this market. Michael brings in over 10 years sales and marketing experience at Google, working very closely with some of the leading hotel apps, such as hotels.com, booking.com, TripAdvisors, and has helped some of the apps triple their revenue in just a few years. Vasu has very deep technology expertise in AI and communication technology with 10 plus patents, and has brought some critical technology into the market. Hank, as a consultant, has advised a very large number of clients on the operational improvement and data management. I myself, as an investor, has very deep understanding about the business models for the SaaS companies and the hotel technology companies. On top of that, we have a very strong advisory board with multi-decade hands-on experience in the hotel operations. So we are the right team to deliver this project to the investors. How would the financials work for the investors? Hank will walk you through the numbers.
Thank you, Teddy. So if we look at the unit economics, initially Ella will have a SaaS-based billion with independent hotels being charged $10 per month per occupied room. That's basically 33 cents per night for the amenities and the optionalities that Marriott Bonvoy now offers. If we look at the variable costs to be able to deliver that, it's mostly tech support and cloud hosting, and we expect that we have a contribution margin of over 80%. When we, as Michael has been saying, scale up to a network of 2,000 hotels, we'll unlock the opportunity to have commission-based revenues on bookings. Here we assume we'll have 10% commissions compared to what the Booking.coms currently charge to independent hotels of north of 20. And we have variable costs mainly related to payment processing and loyalty benefits. Here our margin is assumed to be 50%. If we think about the tangible goals that we have, they're on this slide, but I just want to return to what Vasu was saying, like what do we want to achieve with Ella? In the end, we want to have an AI-based AI concierge to help you in all your travel needs. To really get there, we need to have like a lot of customer interactions to really build a model and to be able to anticipate what customers need. That's further down the line, and then we can also build on new verticals and really expand our business. But when we think of where we are now and where we're standing now, we have a financial ask. So we need to grow our hotel network. We need to onboard at least 20 hotels, learn from their experience, and therefore we need sales marketing people to sign those on. And we also need to refine our app and based on interactions and feedback, upgrade the app. Part of that will be done by us, of course. We will chip in as founders. We will have revenues from the SaaS-based unit economics that we talked about, but we have a funding need of $500K to make Ella a reality. We're very thankful that you're on this journey with us. On the next page, you will see the actual working demo for the guest interactions, and we're very happy to answer all questions you might have.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fundamental question. Are you cheaper friendly OTA or are you a system for hotels? If you are cheaper friendly OTA, how you can bring the traffic to the hotel?
So it's a great question. I think this competitive landscape maybe will help us address that question for you. So we're both. Right now, in the marketplace, you have Duve and Stay that are guest apps. They're small, but they're growing, and they're private label, so you don't know the brand. And again, it's a fragmented market, no clear market leader. Then you have the OTAs you talked about, online travel agencies, and then they're not doing the same things. What we're doing is we're consolidating those offerings so that we can actually provide a better service to the guests and the hotels.
No, you are not answering my questions. If you are OTA, you are selling Ella brand, and you bring the traffic.
Yeah.
But you don't give the information to the hotel. You take the huge fat fees.
Right.
is this a model you are looking for, or is this a system, your system to the hotel, and the hotel provides help to hotel to deliver the traffic and charging for the system fee? If so, latter and the former is a very different business model. If for former, you have to have an exposure and creating the traffic with a huge cost. Latter, you have to have a one hand battle to capture the market. It's very time consuming.
So if we go to next page, we are not just the cheaper OTA. So if we really think about the best analogy is probably we are the Marriott Bonvoy for all the independent hotels. So we are offering them a universal brand, which is called Ella. And under this brand, you have a hotel app that you can deliver the services and communicate with the guests. And then we are offering the Bonvoy similar reward programs. Customer comes in, you will be recognized as platinum member or gold member based on your state, based on the number of the stays with the hotels. You will be recognized and you will be offered accordingly for the benefits: free breakfast, access to the lounge. So this is the Bonvoy Plus to the independent hotels. So currently, what the independent hotels struggle is that, as you mentioned, the traffic. Why they don't get the traffic? Because they are small in specific locations and their brand is not recognized. We have a universal brand that's called Ella. It's going to be recognized globally among all these global travelers and regionally as well. So for us, it's a much broader business model and an integrated business model than just the OTAs. Yeah.
So you mentioned you're going to launch in UK and Ireland first. Why UK and Ireland?
I mean, partly because that's where I'm based, and also because if you've ever been to Ireland, one, there's a lot of independent hotels in Ireland and the UK, and Europe in general, but especially the UK and Ireland, are lagging very far behind in terms of technology adoption. There's other places in the world as well, Central and Latin America, that are lagging behind, but this is a place, again, where a lot of travel happens. It's a big industry, and lots of hotels. I mean, there's 40,000 independent hotels, an estimate, in just the UK alone.
And that's a 3-star and above.
That's 3-star and above, yeah.
So I would totally be a customer for this app. And I think the reason I would totally be a customer for this app is I hate picking up the phone, right? So the idea is to be able to get my reservations, my spa appointments, et cetera, et cetera. And I think you confuse when you get into the booking side. So at this stage of presenting your story, I would stick with the value add for the guests and not worry about the booking stuff until you have more users.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
My question for you is, doing all that requires enormous integration with systems that a lot of small hotels probably don't have, like an online booking system for the spa, for example. So I think you're underestimating your costs to ramp up your hotels. Can you talk a little bit about the work you've done on how you're going to deliver the services you're projecting to deliver for the consumer?
Sure. So one of the biggest trends in the industry right now is all of these independent hotels are moving to cloud platforms. Muse is a great example. The hotel that whom we have partnered with is actually a customer of Muse. And Muse has something called as web APIs that's open to on their side. So we're going to leverage this API access to do all their. So one of their biggest points is, please make sure you do everything with Muse so that our life becomes easy. So there are a lot of cloud platforms like Muse that these hotels are moving to.
And Muse doesn't have an app interface for the customer?
No.
Well,
not the front
they
end.
don't, no.
Yeah.
It's totally back office oriented.
Yeah, they are just in the back office.
Okay. I guess one quick one. How do you get the early adopting independent hotels? Because when I think about it, like Ella becomes useful when it's driving traffic, right? It's so broadly known that someone's like, oh, I want to get more Ella points or whatever. But for the first independent hotels to adopt it, they're basically going to be giving rewards to folks staying there that are based on value that was, that was gotten in other hotels that are nothing to do with them. So like, I'm giving someone a free breakfast because someone stayed at another independent hotel in Ireland. Like, I guess my point is, like, how do you pitch the early adopters to sign up when you don't have a large network or brand?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great question, and that's where we do have to start. And those local hotel associations are really important, I mean, from a marketing perspective. But just improving the guest experience, 1 star equals 9% in terms of revenue increase. So some of these, like our competitors, Duve and Stay, they have customers. They're validating the idea already that there's a use for a guest app. We're just going to take it one step further because none of us like to download an app for one stay or a couple nights, whatever. We want to be able to take it in multiple places.
Yeah, and on top of that, so in the phase 1, we're more focused on the penetration of the hotel app. So as we get a larger install base and get more customers, then that's where really the reward system will really kick in. But in the beginning, we'll just okay, you accumulate some points next booking, that will be just automatically convert to some monetary value deduction from your next booking, and that's going to be the cost for us.
Very quickly, I'm sitting here thinking about boutique hotels that are close proximity, so they're really competitors. You have a common app, and I think this really kind of follows up on your question. How do you solve that problem? Because I've paid dollars to stay in one, and now I'm spending and making the guy next door give me Chateaubriand and a Magnum of Dom Perignon.
I mean, that's a fair question. And I think when we did our discovery and talked to them, I mean, there's a reason why they have local hotel associations. There's benefits and they work together. But also, our lead list for our sales team is going to be all of the customers that go to Booking.com and Expedia. They're already doing the aggregated bookings because they know that that's how they're going to fill those occupancies. So it's a little bit of a necessary evil, but at the same time, we do more in terms of adding value for their guests and for them in terms of CRM-like insight that Booking.com and Expedia don't offer.
It's also good to mention, like in the unit economics, like we plow back like a lot of the commission that we get in the benefits we give to the Ella customers. So it's not the hotel like paying that in a sense, because they already pay less than that they would pay for Booking.com, but it's like recyclement in a sense. Sorry, yes.
So I guess kind of building on what Waverly brought up, I thought what was more exciting to me was this idea that you were going to take a fragmented group of suppliers, hotels, figure out how to integrate with their systems and embed yourselves. What makes me a little bit nervous is hearing that there's already a platform called Muse that's out there that's doing some of the hard work of integrating directly with the software systems. Is your thinking right now that you're going to try to find, are there many Muses? So there's fragmentation on the services side so that you're not at risk of being disintermediated by a single player? Or I worry about relying on integrating with a single platform like a Muse, and then they could make the decision that they want to go direct to consumer and build what you're building, and you're out of business. Versus if that's a fragmented, lots of people, like if Muse only has 3% of the market, and you can build your own solution to go direct for folks that don't already use a Muse, I feel better about you having some tech that's embedding yourself on the supply side.
Right. So for Muse, the hotel is a customer. We are not a Muse customer. So if they try to play with that aspect of their feature, they're going to lose the hotel as a customer. And Muse is not a big player, they're just one of the players. They're like cloud hotels or cloud rooms, like several of the online. The reason they're moving online is because it's way too expensive to have an enterprise software for an independent hotel installed on your PC systems. So Muse is a small example, but there are many. And independent hotels don't just stick to Muse, they are like spread all over.
And just to add, I'd say that Muse cases and also all of our competitors are good validation that independent hotels are hungry for this tech solutions to make their lives easier, streamline processes, and add value to their guests. But very few of them are externally branded, so it'd be difficult for them to be a guest interface and then provide all of these other benefits that we would with this network.
And there's no like industry standard, if that's the question.
Yeah.
So if you go to a previous page, you can see that we have more comprehensive features. We offer instant messaging and also the voice communication as well. So for us, we are more comprehensive than any of the point solutions that the market has right now.
Thank you, Ella.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges, please input your feedback. I'm looking at the clock. It's 11 minutes to 11. We are going to start promptly at 11. Easy time to remember. Promptly at 11. So go ahead and get mic'd up in vestibule, and everyone else take a 10-minute bio break, and please be back here 2 minutes to 11. Thank you. everybody please take your seats? We're beginning in 2 minutes. The judges are back. Please take your seats. We're beginning in less than 2 minutes. All right, everybody, please take your seats. We're starting in 1 minute. 2 reminders to get going as we start again here. After we finish today, I was asked to advise you that the judges, we will deliberate in 303. That number has changed. Now, Liz and I will walk you there. Have no fear. So judges, we are walking to 303 right after. And for everyone else, the awards and announcement will be upstairs in 621. Upstairs in 621. It'll not be here. It'll be upstairs in 621. So just as a reminder, as we complete this, the judges will deliberate, and then we will announce, I'd say be up there by 1:45 and we'll announce anytime between 12:45 and 1. Fair enough? Great. We have 3 more teams. We will have Investable, Autism GPT, and Marina's bios. You all have been a wonderful audience so far. And judges, thank you for your thoughtful questions. Do you have your forms up and are you ready to go? Bring it home. Investable.
Hi, I'm Bobby Meng with Investable. We're designing an investment platform to help more people save and invest their hard-earned money in a way that's unique from what's out there. Now, growing up, my family didn't have a lot of money. Both my parents worked full-time to support my brother and I, and they saved what they could. They invested in the stock market on their own, but saw a lot of their savings get wiped out during the stock market crash. Now, that left an imprint on me early, and it set me down a career in investment management where, for the past 20 years, I've helped families build long-term wealth in a safe and responsible way. Now, the fact of the matter is people are not saving enough. 5 out of 10 US adults don't have enough saved to cover 3 months of living expenses in an emergency. Over 100 million people are still not invested in the stock market. And over 50 million people don't have access to workplace retirement plans. Now, this is a big problem, but we can help. Now, here's Josh to tell you more.
Thank you, Bobby. Our mission is to make saving and investing easier for hundreds of millions of Americans. I'm due to retire from the SEAL teams next year. Now, early on in my career, I put together a little bit of a nest egg, and I went to all these investment shops because I knew that I didn't have the knowledge or the time to manage my investments properly. They each asked me the same thing. Well, how much money do you have to invest? The reality was I had $20,000, and almost all of them said the exact same thing to me. That's great. As soon as you have $100,000, come back and we will be happy to help you. Our solution is a payroll-linked investment app that makes it easy for anyone to build long-term wealth. And why is this so important? And why is this so impactful? It hits the 3 things that I ran into. Time, right? I didn't have the time to manage it. The knowledge. We have best-in-class financial advisors curating portfolios to your risk profile. And lastly, for as little as $50 a paycheck, anyone can start their journey to financial freedom. And along the way, if you have any questions, pick up the phone and you'll actually talk to a real human here in the United States to help you along your journey. Now, I'm sure you're curious to know how this works. Please allow me to turn it over to our founder and CEO, Nick Schubert, to go over the specifics. Nick?
Thanks, Josh. So the Investable app walks customers through a 4-step process. The first step is a set of onboarding questions. So we'll ask you about your risk profile, how much you're looking to make and how much you're looking to risk, what you're saving or investing for. You can choose multiple things like a wedding or retirement plan, how much you want to contribute per paycheck, call it $100, what's your pay frequency, and then we spit out a profile. Here's our interactive portfolio builder. We ask you to set a goal. From there, we'll ask you to create an account, do some legal things like KYC, select from up to 3 different portfolios that match your risk preference. This is the identity verification portion, as well as obviously brokerage documents will be e-signed for easeability. And then last but not least, we're going to connect you with your own employer's payroll. So what you see here, you can search for your employer or your payroll provider. And what we'll do is present you with your own username and password through a payroll API. Once you log in and authenticate through that payroll API, you're giving us user permission access to go in and set a second direct deposit for the purpose of investing in our portfolios, the portfolios that you chose before. So let's say you chose $200 to invest as part of your plan. That $200 will now be set up in a second direct deposit and invested every pay cycle into the portfolios that you selected in the Investable app. So for the first time, anyone with an access to an automated payroll system and a full-time job will be able to connect their payroll account to an investment account with a post-tax, post-net deduction. So a little bit about me. Prior to Investable, I left the Jordan brand at Nike to start the first payroll-linked direct-to-consumer lending company called Lendly. I ran that for 8 years, and it was sold to a private equity-backed group in August of last year. Throughout that process, I chose to go back to Booth to get my MBA, but mainly to create my second venture, hopefully more successful than the first, and meet like-minded folks to join me on this journey. So meet the team. We've got Rob Brickler. He's our CTO. Rob and I have worked for the past 4 years together at Lendly, building payroll-linked direct-consumer financial products. He's going to leave Lendly to join Investable, should we get the investment to bring this to life. We've got Bobby and Andrew, 2 CFAs that have experience working for RIAs with the SEC for the past 15 years. My CFO, Jeff Buckley, took Palantir public and Zynga public as their chief accounting officer. And Josh Fitzberger, who you already heard from, is a 20-year Navy SEAL that's retiring in January, and he's going to stand up our customer service center. We've already started forming our board of advisors, led by Scott Meadow, the clinical professor of entrepreneurship here at Booth, and Lee Shear. He's the owner of the venture firm that backed me with Lendly in Dayton, Ohio. So let's talk about this massive opportunity in a huge and growing market. $1.4 trillion was invested through robo-advisors in 2023. They're projecting a 13% CAGR over the next 5 years. If that were to happen, $760 billion new dollars would be invested through robo-advisors. Our financial model has us taking just 1% of that new money. If we do that, we'll have $8 billion in assets under management, and we'll already be generating $100 million in annual revenue. So when we go to market, we're going to position Investable as the out-of-sight, out-of-mind investing solution that anyone can do. We're going to be an $8 a month subscription as a service product, split by pay cycle, so it'll just be $4 per paycheck. The best part about the revenue model is that it's added to the payroll deduction, and that payroll deduction is sent to an investment account that we create for the customer, so it never touches the personal banking account. And we're going to be direct-to-consumer to start. Designing multi-channel advertising campaigns that are going to acquire a lot of customers for a cheap acquisition cost. Taking my previous experience at the Jordan brand, designing a brand that really drives preference, and then my experience with Lendly, in which I acquired 750,000 customers with below-the-line advertising channels that you see here. And at launch, we'll be able to launch nationally because we're in the process of getting our RIA with SEC, so we'll be in all 50 states. With that, let me pass it to Andrew to talk about the product market fit. Andrew?
Thanks, guys. Out of the top robo-advisors out there, there's a significant gap between Betterment and Acorns. Betterment has an average account balance of $40,000, while Acorns has an average account balance of $1,000. But they have almost 4.5 million customers. So that tells us there is demand out there for an out-of-sight, out-of-mind solution. And that's where we come in. Investable is that out-of-sight, out-of-mind solution. But we won't just be investing your spare change. We're going to be taking your contributions to help you save and build long-term wealth. And we'll do it with a differentiated investment strategy. As you saw in the demo, it all starts with the customer risk profile. And behind the scenes, our investment team will be curating best-in-class ETFs to match you with your investable portfolio that best tracks your goals. As your account grows, we'll be right alongside providing educational content, watching the markets, and the performance of your portfolio to make sure your goals are on target. Now onto the financials. Our unit economics equate to $100 per customer per year. Based on Nick's experience at Lendly, our customer acquisition cost is $50, and on top of that, we'll have call center costs that go down over time and API costs to hook up your stock and payroll accounts. In a steady state, we're at 80% contribution margin. Our financial plan gets us to almost 2 million customers, but that's less than half of where Acorns is today. And at a fraction of the account balance of Betterment, we're staring at $112 million in annual revenue. Because of our profitable business model, we're confident we could be profitable within the first couple of years. Now, Nick, please bring us home.
Thanks, Andrew. So we're here today asking for $3 million to acquire the first 50,000 customers with Investable, to build both a web and mobile version of the app, to bring on the team full-time, and to secure our license with the SEC. We're super pumped for the future. That's it for today. We'll open up for questions. Thank you. Ready when you are.
What is a key differentiation factor for your team and or technology you own? Why you are enabled to join, capture the middle market between the Acorn and the Betterment?
Yeah, so I think there's two questions there. We'll talk about the technology first. So for the first time, we'll be the only ones connecting the payroll, like portal to a payroll account with user permission access, kind of like Plaid for banks, right? But using payroll APIs for payroll systems to the stock market. So no one's ever done that before. We'll be the first. I've spent the last 8 years building onboarding flows that sell customers through this pretty sensitive process. So we're going to utilize that onboarding strategy with these two APIs to do the technology thing, make it work for consumers. And then your second question was about, sorry.
Like how to capture the beta portfolio?
Yeah. So we found there was a huge void between the top 10 robo-advisors in the market, primarily between number 10 and number 9. And so number 10 would be Acorns. Acorns has about 4 billion assets under management and 4.5 million customers, but their average account balance is only $1,000. So, and versus all the other robo-advisors, the most had like 500,000 customers, so nothing compared to Acorns. But their average account balances were much higher, like $40,000 and above. So there's no one serving that void between the $40,000 average account balance and the $1,000 average account balance. But it's obvious that people want that out of sight, out of mind investing solution. The problem is that Acorns doesn't really make them money. Right? There's no limit on the payroll deduction that you can set up. You could do $1,000 a paycheck if you want, not just 99 cents and rounding up per dollar like Acorns. Yeah. Yes, Sonia.
Maybe to double click on that question, do you have a unique acquisition advantage when you think about trying to go get that middle segment of customers?
I like to say me, but the reason why I think that, right, is I have spent the last 8 years going after middle America. So I've tried things, I've failed at some things, I've figured out the mix that really works. I realize that a loan is very different than an investment product, but I really do know this customer, so much so that I've acquired 750,000 of them in just 24 US states, so we weren't even national. With lending, it's also unique that we actually deny 90% of the people that apply for a loan. Right? So I acquired 750,000. I actually had 7.5 million people that I got to submit a credit application. So it's really a numbers game, and then using my 8 years of experience to do it right for a cheap cost.
Can you give us some more color about is a well-known vendor that is going to do your brokerage and the management of the money?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that's the only thing that my CTO and I haven't explored. So I invested $130,000 of my own money to do that research. And so we've spoken to 10 different, we call them stock market APIs, that most of them have Schwab as the custodian. So it'll likely be one of them with Schwab as the custodian. And what these stock market APIs do is they help us set up the investment accounts programmatically. They'll connect to the payroll API. They'll work with a custodian, right, to do it right. So probably Schwab, but we're not sure yet.
And obviously, we're not the custodian, but Bobby and I will be the portfolio managers who are running the ETF portfolios.
How did you think about the consumer pricing? At $8 a month, that could be a pretty significant percentage of the amount that's being saved and could feel expensive to a lot of the savers. So how did you think about that?
Could be. We're not sure. Yeah, Klarna is a fintech company. They charge $8 a month in a subscription service, so it's on par. It's on par with Klarna. I think Acorns is actually $9 a month, so we're cheaper than Acorns, which has a pretty low average account balance. So, Greg, I think we're going to test the pricing when we go to market. Hopefully, an ABC test to try to understand the willingness to pay of the customer, to making sure that we're not leaving anything on the table. But $8 seemed just like the affordable price in the market today. So it all depends on how much people are going to contribute, to your point, as it relates to I think you're talking about the percentage of the overall assets, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking like if someone's saving $100 or $200 a month,
yeah,
as a percentage of savings, like it's a really high fee for a consumer to take on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think we saw 4.5 million people didn't mind the $9, right, with Acorns, and so we're starting at 8, but we'll test it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about a direct-to-consumer business. I see zero consumer marketing. I see 4 guys in black suits hiding as far away from us as they can. I see very limited smiling happening.
Sure.
You didn't present any go-to-market. So how are you going to get these customers?
Yeah, so I'm the co-founder and chief marketing officer of Lendly, the company. So I ran that as the marketing chief for 8 years.
You might want to say that.
Yeah. I'm saying it now. Thank you for bringing that up. And then prior to that, I was the global brand manager for the Jordan brand at Nike. So Michael Jordan hired me to
You might want to say that.
Yeah. So my job there was to sell Jordans around the world, develop advertising campaigns that were galvanizing enough to bring people to the table. I'm going to bring that experience to Investable. And I didn't talk about the channels that I put forth on the go-to-market slide, but we're going to leverage all of those channels in a really, really smart way to make sure it's done right. Does that answer your question, Waverly? Okay. Good question. Yeah. We only had 10 minutes. Any other questions?
Could you talk about marketing channel strategy? I want to hear the channel strategy.
Yeah, sure. Is he talking about the go-to-market?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So maybe I skimmed over this too fast. So Investable is an out-of-sight, out-of-mind investing solution. What that means is for just 5 minutes of setup time, people will be able to, anyone really, will be able to connect their payroll account to an investing account. What really happens there is that contribution is now instilling discipline with the customer, maybe a customer that needs it, and is set up into the future. So it comes out of the paycheck before the paycheck is deposited into the bank account, so they can't necessarily spend that and will always be contributing. So we're going to help customers understand that for just 5 minutes of setup time and just a small piece of each paycheck, that they too can build long-term wealth. You heard Bobby at the start, like it was astounding that 108 million people are not invested in a market that averages a 7% annual return over the last 15 years. That's astounding. 57 million people don't even have access to a 401k because their employer doesn't offer it to them. So Investable can be that solution that helps them build long-term wealth. And when we go to market, we're going to, through advertising campaigns and different educational programs, we're going to help people understand that they too can do it with us. And then the subscription costs on the pricing side, we talked a little bit about that. We think it's an affordable price, but we'll test it. And then the direct-to-consumer piece, it won't just be us in suits doing these advertising campaigns. I've spent the last 8 years really going through agencies to figure out who the right agencies are. So we've got a lot of people on board for this, not just the investable team. Supernatural is an advertising agency that's best in class when it comes to creating the TV digital ads that drive response in a really, really creative way. Victive Kin is a product agency. They're the ones that helped me design the Lendly application, but also the prototype that you saw. They actually designed Palantir's website, believe it or not, but they've been with me for 10 years, so they're one of my trusted partners. And then Josh has talked to a lot of customer service centers, but RDI was a great partner with Lendly. We're going to partner with RDI in the customer service operation. When you're dealing with people's money, they usually have questions. So he's going to be the one leading that with RDI and scaling up the call center. And then one of the things I learned with Lendly is that you don't actually have to start small, and which is why I'm pursuing an RA with the SEC. From a marketing perspective, you want your universe to be as big as possible when you start off, not just in one state. So we'll be able to target people on Google in all 50 states that are searching for an investing solution, target people watching Netflix right, across the country. So it'll be a slow building and then eventually large scaling go-to-market marketing campaign, but it'll be with the support of my trusted partners over the last 8 years beyond just this team.
Hearing your strategy, could you choose a B2C strategy rather than B2B2C strategy? I think your strategy fit more for the B2B2C side in my just surface understanding.
I appreciate that question. Respectively, I disagree, and here's why, right? So with Lendly, this B2C strategy, the B2B2C strategy that you're talking about, we stood up a business-to-business sales arm, and we stood up a direct-to-consumer marketing team, and we went to market. It was Champion Challenger. And the great part about the direct-to-consumer piece is that we were able to make that sale very quickly and scale it within our control. The B2B2C side was tough. The sales cycle is not, it's not short, it's usually long, and you're selling to an HR manager. And that's a tough sell, especially on the annual benefit cycle. So I disagree. I've built a business that's going direct to consumer with a payroll-linked financial product for middle American customers, and I'm taking that model and I'm bringing it here to Investable to do something similar, but really just taking the best in class of what I already did and doing it here.
And we're out of time. Thank you, Investable.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Good job, guys. Yeah.
Judges, you know the drill. On deck, Autism GPT. You ready? You got this. You got this. And we got the crackling going. We got some side. Okay. We got some side things. I'll mention it just in case.
I'm gonna run it. We were told that someone would crank the volume for the second video.
Let me ask. Are you managing the volume on this one? I will do.
Hello.
Thank you. You're just fine. You're just fine. I'll do a quick tech announcement, and then we'll give the judges a minute, and you'll be good to go. Yeah, Liz is. How are we doing, judges? Thumbs up. Amber, we got him. There is audio in this presentation that when we tested yesterday, by no fault of this terrific team, had some crackling associated with it. So if you hear that, please don't discount their technology. That would be a booth structural limitation. And if we've solved it, way to go, booth overnight. Without further ado, Autism GPT.
Okay. Good morning. We are Autism GPT. Today, we're not here as executive MBA students, actually not even as working professionals. We're here as fathers. I have a son that has autism. He's an 8-year-old. Puneet has a 9-year-old son on the spectrum.
And my wife and I were foster parents, and we had more than one child on the autism spectrum.
So our goal is to improve access to speech therapy by harnessing the power of generative AI. And speaking about generative AI, I'd like to introduce you to Nessa. Nessa is our digital speech therapist, and she's going to introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Nessa, and I'm a digital speech therapist created to support children with autism spectrum disorder. I'm thrilled to be here today at the Chicago Booth Global New Venture Challenge. I am excited to share how Autism GPT is solving a very difficult challenge. Thank you.
So autism, 75 million people affected worldwide, and 30 million of them have access to broadband. 45 million of those have specific speech impediments. In the United States, the problem is even more acute. 1 in 36 children as of 2020, estimated by CDC, are diagnosed with autism. So, what's the problem? So, as a father, I drive my son in Houston traffic for an hour, hour and a half, once a week to get speech therapy for him. The session's normally 30 minutes to 45 minutes at best, and it costs anywhere between $80 to $200 a session, about an hour. And throughout this entire process, I'm generally passive. I'm just there to get my son to therapy, and then I bring him back. And the third, and I think probably the hardest part about this challenge, is the accountability. The quality is so variable among speech therapists, and it's very difficult to hold them accountable, especially with autism, given that it's very difficult to measure progress in weeks. Autism is measured in years. Progress is measured in years. So Puneet's going to tell a personal story about,
So talking about quality for my kid. So it took me 6 months to find a speech therapist that I really liked, and then we faced another 2 years of wait list. And on top of that, that speech therapist lives in California and I live in Texas. So I would travel to California once every month for 1 hour of speech session. So you can see my search for quality significantly upped my cost and limited my access. I would like to please meet my son Arav. He is on the spectrum and he is 9 years old. He has many unique talents. He is exceptional in music, but he has challenges with his speech, and one of the common challenges for kids with autism is they use prepositions like in and on incorrectly. So here Nessa will teach Arav how to use prepositions.
To play a super duper fun word game with me? Yeah! I promise it's going to be amazing. So let's start with the very first word. But I want to know, do you like cats or dogs more? This is going to be a meowsing or a barking good game.
I love birds more than cats and dogs.
Chirpy choice. We'll have a featherific time together. So, the first word we're going to explore is in. Let's imagine this scene. You can see a fancy bird cage and your favorite parrot, Tweety, is sitting inside it. Now, let's do a quick fun check. Can you tell me where Tweety is relative to the cage?
The Tweety is inside the cage.
Birdtastic. Yes, you got it right. Tweety is inside the cage.
So what's the solution? And I think in order to understand the solution, we have to understand the features of autism. One is the children really love technology, and the technology that we're building is essentially platform independent. It can be done on a mobile app, it can be done on a laptop. So this increases access by 5-fold. How we are calculating that is we're saying 4 sessions a month in person versus 20 sessions a month with this platform. Another aspect about autism is, unlike neurotypical individuals, they thrive on repetition. So the more repetition they receive, the more successful the outcomes tend to be. So with this particular solution, we are able to drive the cost substantially down by offering a lot more therapy sessions. So in our estimate, at least 20 a month, and that drives the cost down by about 10-fold. And thirdly, kind of the most important feature here is that autism just requires immense patience working with children. I have personally observed speech therapists getting impatient, frustrated, working with the child. And this technology has what we call infinite patience, because it'll keep working with the child. It'll keep trying a different way. Like, for example, in the video you saw, he wants to talk about birds, and it immediately switches and it talks about birds, and that sort of incorporates child choice, which is important in being patient with the child and working with the child. So our team want to highlight Dr. Kegel, who's an advisor. She is a world expert in the field of autism research. She's a Stanford professor. She has written the book on overcoming autism, and she is signed on as an advisor, is going to support us with clinical research from an efficacy perspective of the product. I also want to acknowledge some University of Chicago students. We have Todd and Chris Carr and Chris Peng, who's not here, who have supported us in the backbone of making the product where it is so far. And go ahead. So how does this work as a business? One thing that we want to really highlight is that we're not trying to take away the human therapist. Matter of fact, what we're really trying to do is augment the human therapist. It's important, especially from an AI safety perspective. We're trying to put AI safety and children together, but also from a monitoring perspective to make sure that the baseline shifts. And also, as a part of this, we're building in our business model commission for a speech therapist to be part of the solution. But it's delivered as a SaaS model. Go ahead.
So talking about the unit economics, each child brings in $250 per month, and then therapist commission is 20%. This would help us incentivize speech therapists to use NESA. Our gross margin is 65%. We plan to get 1,000 users in the next 12 months, and then this solution is extremely scalable. We should be able to scale by year 5 to 300,000 users or more, generating a revenue of $900 million and operating profit of $209 million.
So go-to-market strategy. It is impossible to do autism without a community. So we are working to build a community of therapists, parents, doctors. We're developing the product with speech therapist partners presently. And once we have a mature enough product, our plan is to do a geographical rollout, starting with Florida, because Florida has the highest incidence of autism in the country. And then finally, direct-to-parents model, where we have, we're working with parents, and then we have therapists that are part of the company as in-house therapists. So our ask is we're asking for $2.2 million in financing. Majority of it is towards the development of the product and a clinical study that will take place with Dr. Kegel's help at Stanford. And of course, we have some soft asks, legal and regulatory support to navigate issues like AI safety, accessing senior level talent or investor groups focused on healthcare technologies, and then introduction to speech therapy centers and owners and institutions. And our goal is 1,000 users in 12 months. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Please sign up for our newsletter by scanning the QR code below. We would love for you to join our journey. Goodbye.
Okay, questions? Yeah, please.
So you mentioned you're working with a Stanford professor. I guess efficacy would be my biggest question. Like, how do you think about that in the near term, and how long does it take to have studies to prove efficacy, or do you think that's not required because parents are willing to try anything to help their child?
Now, let me start with that. So working with Dr. Cagle, we believe that it's going to take about 6 months for a double-blind study to prove the efficacy. I can tell you that her unique style is pivotal response treatment. The pivotal response treatment has already been proven through the behaviors, but beyond that, you can place these children within an MRI and see the paths created that weren't there before. So the proof is there. Now, of course, we'll have to your point, prove it. So we're hoping around April next year that this will be peer-reviewed, in a journal. So then the speech therapist can cite that, basically prescribe it as though it's medicine, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, please.
I'd love to know a little bit more about the status of the actual product and whether you see this as a replacement for a professional speech therapist, because you talk about going to market through the speech. Is this an adjunct for them so the kid can practice at home? So tell me a little bit more about the solution and who's actually buying it.
Yeah, so let me address the first part, because this is a kind of a common question. So there's speech therapy centers out there, and they're only really targeting about 10 or 11% of their clients are those on the spectrum. Then there's then there's autism centers that are dealing with 100% autism, but they're dealing with a lot more of the more high level, eloping and derobing. So we're kind of the solution right in the middle between those two groups, that we're going specifically after speech on the autism spectrum. Now, that doesn't mean if I'm a mother, if I'm a father and my child needs some type of speech therapy and we believe this product would help them, then by all means, we're not going to exclude those not on the spectrum if we believe this product will help them. So to your point, yes, this is to keep the human element, because this is a holistic approach that we're trying to get those on the spectrum to interact more on a neurotypical level versus a neurodivergent level. Does that answer your question?
I could try to just add to that. So I think the initial customer is the speech therapist or the speech therapist center. And that is, of course, to kind of prove two things, the product and the acceptance of it and improving the product. But really, the way we think about it is that the first line of friction typically is the diagnosis piece of it, and that will come from a doctor, and in tandem then will be referred to a speech therapist. So this is not envisioned as a replacement. Our supply and demand analysis of this suggests that there's a requirement of 300 million sessions a year, and I think presently in the United States we can only deliver about 50 million sessions. So there's a huge gap, and it cannot be filled only by speech therapists, but we do need a way to expand their reach, the speech therapist's reach, to be able to do this. And so we think that this being a platform solution monitored by the therapists initially is the way to go forward. But from a marketing perspective, the end user, we think, will be the parent, but we're not taking away the therapist from that equation. But the end user marketing will be the parent eventually. Yes.
First of all, thanks for the presentation. I think this is a really interesting use of AI. I'm curious how you think in the long run your product will be meaningfully differentiated from just kind of a foundational model that can probably, with some fine tuning, do a lot of what you've described. So how do you make this different in the long run and sustainable?
Yeah, so we'll address this kind of two ways. So if I've learned anything at University of Michigan, it was the team. So we're building out the world-class team now, working with Dr. Cagle, looking for advisors in immunology, psychology, pharmaceuticology, teachers, educators, insurance. We're going to build out a diverse team. And because this is a global problem, it's not just going to be unique to American advisors. We're reaching across, basically both ponds. So from there, we'll build out the team to basically be, if there's already the advocacy groups out there, but if we have to become the experts ourselves, we'll do that. Now, from the kind of the second side of it.
Yeah, from the technology standpoint, so there is a base model, right? On base model in itself cannot act as a speech therapist, and neither OpenAI or Google is expected to develop a speech therapist model. So then on top of the base model, what we are doing is we are building a custom LLM trained using our own data generated with guidance from Dr. Kegel. So that trained custom model is our IP. And of course, this is a tech product, so we'll have to constantly innovate to stay ahead of the competition.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain about the role difference of the therapist and your service from the viewpoint of the customer?
Yeah, great question. So ultimately, so what we're doing is we're designing this around a treatment philosophy, which is called pivotal response treatment. Now, the therapists themselves are trained to deliver that treatment themselves. So the way we're thinking about this is we have a therapist that is still meeting with the child, 4 times a week, a month. But then there's the rest of the week and the rest of the month where the child still needs the sessions, where the therapist cannot deliver that. Therapist is where the child goes in and gets that. And then there's the monitoring aspect that the therapist can then do to make sure that the lesson plan that's been created by the therapist is being followed and that the baseline is improving for that child's speech. So the therapist is very much involved as ensuring that there's a regular touch point, but at the same time also checking the results of the performance, basically.
And I'll even go one step further. Because this eats into so much of parents' time driving to and from appointments, this frees up parents to do self-care, which is a big issue within foster families, within children on neurodivergent. So with that free time, take a nap, read a book, go work out, do something to recharge yourself as the parent so that you can work. Because again, this is really a holistic approach that the therapists, with the child, with the family, with the educators, that they all need to be on board using the same system. Yeah, please.
So now I'm a little confused. If this is meant to be used between sessions, don't you still have the travel time to the sessions? And if this is not therapy, it sounds more like a practice curriculum. Is there really AI behind it, or is it really building out a practice curriculum that supports the speech therapists?
So the first question is, this is speeding up the therapy. So yes, to your point, if we're meeting on Monday with the therapist, the human therapist, Tuesday through Friday, Tuesday through Saturday, we're practicing. So we're increasing the speed to get these kids caught up to where their peers are on the more typical communication side. I'm sorry, the second part of the question?
Is this really an AI, or is it just a curriculum that you build to support the practice in between sessions?
So it's a AI, it's a custom model that acts as a speech therapist. So it's a pure AI solution, but this AI, on top of this AI solution, what we have done is, through guidance from Dr. Kegel, we have created language modules like preposition, question asking, whatnot. So we have defined around 16 of such modules that any speech therapist is expected to work with. So those modules would be available through this product as well.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, there's also a module in here that is what we call free chat. So ultimately, the goal for a child should be to have functional form of language. So there's building blocks to that, which is prepositions as an example. But then finally, you want to get to a stage where the child has functional command of language, and so they can talk to the AI. So what you observed in the video earlier, where Arav is talking about birds, that's not programmed. That's the intelligence kicking in and saying, okay, kid wants to talk about birds, let's switch and talk about birds. Yeah, yes, sir.
Are there any plan for the different language?
Different language?
Yes, so I have tested this product for multi-language. I think through some investments, not a whole lot, this product can work for Mandarin Chinese and many other languages. Of course, module would not be a preposition. It would be something more relevant for China. But yes, this Nessa can speak in Chinese. Nessa can speak in any language we want it to speak.
The reason I'm asking is probably therapist, number of the therapists per capita.
Yeah.
US has a more than any other country.
Absolutely right.
I think if you can expand this service to other countries, it has a lot of opportunities.
And agree. I know we're running out of time, but again, the market, we don't even know what the market is, in my opinion. You know, full disclosure. To me, there's a lot of cases that are either misdiagnosed or undiagnosed.
Yeah.
I don't think it's uniquely to America that we're 1 in 36, where across the world we're 1 in 100. Again, I just believe in the misdiagnosis and the undiagnosis. So exactly to your point, this to me is we're going worldwide.
Yeah, and that's why we address the global 75 million, because we think that should be ultimately the goal for this technology. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Are you guys mic'd and ready? Because we're about to start. Great. Just as a final reminder, we have one more terrific team presenting Marina's bio. After Marina's bio, the judges and Liz and I will retire to deliberate in 3:03. And then Amber, keep me honest, the announcement will be in 6:21. And let's plan on being up there then, since we're running slightly ahead of schedule. I'll plan to have us up there by 12:45. Let's say between 12:40 and 1. The announcement could be made. Oh, thank you, Lucy. And lunch has been served. And I didn't thank Lucy for all the help she provided in all of this. My God, how did I goof that up? I am sorry. Thank you for everything. You gentlemen ready? GNVC 17, wrapping up with Marina's bio. Please welcome.
The year was 1989. It was a tumultuous year for the world, but it was one of the happiest years in my life. This is my grandmother, and in case if you don't realize, this one is me. I was allegedly cuter looking back then. My grandmother and I used to go see live fishes together in the market. To her, seafood is not just food. It is a love language that bonds us together. Little did I know, I would have grown up to be fond of animals and study biochemistry at college. After that, I spent almost my entire career in seafoods. Every morning, when I wake up in the farm, I get to see the tiniest fingerling grow into a thriving school of fish. Every day in the factory, however, 1 million fish died under the knife. As the point of the knife pierced through the gill of the fish, and the blood dripped all over my boots, I was never able to reconcile between my love for animals and my love for seafood. And that's how I started this. On business trips, I used to buy caviar as gifts. Everybody loves it, and the margins were great for traders. Perhaps this is why sturgeon fish has become the most endangered group of species in the world. The original caviar from the Caspian Sea is now banned. Even if you were to get your hands on them, you're worried about safety and contamination issues. In the farm, it takes a decade to produce caviar, and only half of the fish are female and therefore produce roe. This is why caviar is so expensive today. Marinas Bio is a food tech startup that cultivates genuine seafood outside of the animal, starting from caviar. This is how we do it. We get this sturgeon fish from the farms. We extract tissues from the fish. And from there, we isolate pre-egg cells. We find the best pre-egg cells and we proliferate them and mature them and turn them into the delicious and sumptuous caviar and roe that you eat. We have IP on proliferating, deriving, and also we're learning how to mature these cells. Using biotechnology, we can produce them in a clean environment without putting pressure on the wild stock. This process will take months instead of years and will replicate the taste and replicate the nutrition so consumers can live a healthy and luxurious lifestyle. I've been working in this market for some time now, market worth $600 billion. The caviar and roe market, which is our beachhead, is worth around $2 to $3 billion. This is significant because, guess what? The Atlantic salmon market in the 90s was worth the same amount before it became the #1 premium fish around the world. We believe caviar has the same potential, and the data agrees with us. Caviar is growing at 8%, which is twice as fast as the overall aquaculture market. From then, we can go into ikura, which is salmon roe, unis, which are sea urchins, and many different types of premium seafoods. Many investors ask me, say, hey, Alan, why don't you just make vegan rolls? And in case you don't know, there are a lot of vegan investors in this type of space. I want to take a minute to address that because I am a huge seafood lover myself. When you fly first class and it comes time for your meal, would you like Dom Perignon and caviar? Or you like grapefruit juice and mushroom balls? They may look the same. They may even taste the same, but they are not the same. For us, we are all about making authentic seafood that are kind to the animals, that are sustainable to the environment, and that are desirable and profitable for the food services. That's why we do it. We make some initial progress, so I'll run you through this progress. Last summer, we joined a customer discovery program at Postski to learn why people buy the caviar that they do. We then joined 2 different incubators and received grants from Singapore government, a major aquarium in Boston, as well as Chicago. In the fall, we began lab operation and received a wide range of press coverage. Here, as you can see, we bought the sturgeon fish. These are the real fish that grow the cells. And we started to extract tissues. And now we have 40 established primary cell culture, and we initiated cell banking. And you can see that the cells are dividing very well. We also work with partners to do the food formulations, and you can see like ikura or salmon roe demo that we've been trying to do. Now, alternative proteins is not new. In 2019, Beyond Meat IPO, its market cap went up 4 to 5 times before it completely crashed. Why? Because people didn't like the taste. In 2023, Upside Food and Eat Just started to sell cultivated chicken in the US. People were okay with it. The price was expensive, but per ounce, I think it cost more than gold. I believe they have stopped now for this reason. There is a market void in our industry. Our industry desperately needs a profitable story so that the technology can mature and scale and grow. Having worked for over a decade at the intersection of seafood, biology, and finance, I can tell you that premium seafood like roe is really the ideal beachhead product. First of all, the margins are great. Prices of caviar is something like 250 times of that for meat. And for caviar, we're only culturing one type of cells, having them produced individually, as opposed to meat where you have 2 types of cells layered on top of each other. You've heard a lot about me. I'll let you hear from Wei Yun.
I'm Wei Yun. I too have a grandmother. Unfortunately, she didn't teach me anything about fishes. However, for more than a decade ago, she did support my interest in finance, which is what I'm going to talk to you about. We will focus the first few years on R&D. Once our products are ready, we will target premium restaurants with our seafood. We assume to sell around 20 ounces of caviar per week per restaurant. According to our research, caviar is worth around $50 to $60 per ounce. We will grow our caviar business and expand into other seafood lines over time. In addition to our forecasts, we could earn other revenue from direct-to-consumer channels and licensing. We are seeking $3 million to characterize sturgeon egg cells. Our goal is to get them into suspension and optimize them for growth. Most of the proceeds will go into R&D and hiring scientists. We have learned from the mistakes of other startups so that investors are not going to pay for our education. Our strategy is to work with instead of against existing seafood players. We also have an LOI to distribute seafood for us in the US. In addition, we are supported by a major seafood player that operates a business with 10% market value for one type of fish globally. Together, we will reinvent the seafood market so that one day, like Alan, I could also use seafood as a love language for my future grandchildren while promoting human and planetary health.
Hi.
Two questions. Your process, do you need to take the original cell every time, or do you want to, reproduce the cell from the original batch?
I'll give you a quick answer and can discuss more. The cells that we use are proliferative, so it means that you can bank them and have them almost like a photocopier. Each time you take a little bit out and photocopy. The bit that you take out, you're correct that you'll be spending them, but you could be banking them many steps. So let's say you get one set of cells out, you take a little bit, and then you make 10 plates, and then you bank 1 plate, and then you use the other 9 plate production. So you could almost imagine that they are unlimited, but although there is a theoretical limits. But in reality, you are also improving your cell line, so you wouldn't use up all your limits. And to give you some examples, like some of the major cell lines of the day in biomedical research is still around since the 70s. So yeah, it's going to last a long time.
Second question. Every cell-cultivated types food tech company has a very difficulty to scale up because of the contamination, cancer cell, virus. Why you can, come up, you can go over those obstacles of the scalability issues. Nobody can solve the issue yet.
Can we do it, right? Yes, we can. This is a very good question. I always try to endeavor to explain some, but not all answers, because there are loads of things. So first of all, from a biological standpoint, we are only culturing one type of cells. So that's much easier. You talk about spontaneous differentiation, I believe. I think that was a technical that you're looking for. The reason why we're using egg cells and pre-egg cells is that because they're not stem cells, they're egg cells, they're destined for eggs. So if you're using stem cells, which many companies have tried to make muscles and fat cells, right, to turn into the salmon or meat and so on, the stem cells can turn into liver cells, can turn into other types of cells. And obviously you don't want liver in your meat and you don't want meat in your liver, right? So that can be tricky by using the cell type. There's a lot of work with the research in contamination, and we are trying to use one single type of cell to simplify the process. And finally, for the scale questions, I think you're absolutely right that this industry desperately needs one product that can scale. And to me, having worked for over a decade in seafoods, I can tell you that every new seafood type that I launch as a premium product, and only over time the prices decrease. And this is the same for caviar, by the way. The caviar prices have changed, and fish price have changed. The salmon price that is today is less expensive than it was maybe like 20 years ago when I first touched salmon. So does that help you? Does that answer your question? Hey.
I suspect that I will be following on Ko and maybe get a better answer, but what does a production line look like? How close are you to a scale production line? Why we didn't hear a lot about the step from we're culturing in a lab to we're putting a product in the market. And we saw some interesting hints at some partners, but you didn't really talk about what do you need to do to go from here to producing caviar at bulk? What does a production line cost? What does it look like?
So maybe I'll answer it in two parts. First of all, before production, there's research. And the good part about working with this type of fish is that if you start a natural farm now, it will take you 10 years before you get your first dollar. 2 more years to build a farm, so that's 12 years. Our process is in months instead of years, so we're faster. But truth to be told, there's a research going on how to proliferate and mature these cells, and that has always been the difficult part, like you mentioned. So from there, we'll build pilot facilities. the industry has moved from building their own facility, which costs a fortune with very low return, to what I call CDMO, or Contract Development and Manufacturing Organization. So the process or the norms of the day, and I think will continue in some time, is to use CDMOs. The CDMO can be very easily established, and it will cost less because it's not your own capex. We understand from other players that cost tens of millions to build, but they're trying to build like a chicken factory. And I don't know if you know, right? The amount of cultivated chicken that I think has been made in the world is not enough to feed us for lunch later. So that this is like what I call like a chicken and egg problem, or as I call it, the chicken and the fish and roll problem. And I always believe that the roll is the answer, because we can do that at small scale and still be profitable. Each tin of cafe is like 25 grams or 1 to 2 ounces. So you could sell them at small scale. We will do that with once we can get the research ready, and try to establish in key markets like the US and in Asia, where Singapore, I think there are other markets that are also launching. We've been working with a lot of restaurants in the past. So in my own experience, I served some companies that started off from almost zero in the US and now have just below 50% market share for one type of fish. And we have the distribution channels from that experience who are working with us. The most difficult part of seafood, in my view, is not necessarily selling it. It is, like you said, producing it. And our main goal in the next 1 to 2 years is to do the research right, so that it's cost efficient, it doesn't contaminate, and that is repeatable, which has been the challenge. Yes, hi.
So maybe just to put a time and dollar estimate on it, how long and how much money do you think it takes to go from where we are today, so there's a 2 million round being contemplated now, to a point where you would start commercially selling?
So the companies that have started selling cultivated chicken, which I believe is the only two, and there's one in Australia that started to sell quail meat, have raised hundreds of millions of dollars to sell meat. Mm-hmm. And the mistakes or the challenge that I see personally is that they're looking for fairly commoditized or fairly like niche products, whereas we're trying to do roll, and you may not know it, roll is actually quite a prevalent product. We're raising $3 million to do the stage 1 characterizations, and I think will cost in the tens of millions to finish the research. And there are two ways to revenue them there. There's the tech licensing, where you have the IP you can license out, and you can also CDMO. The CDMO will cost another 10 to 20, I believe, at the minimum, to focus on producing small plates that you can sell in selected market. From there, you would do the legal, so the food safety and the food law stuff is not cheap, I can tell you. In my experience, that can be a big challenge in some jurisdictions, much easier in others. We have to select very carefully which jurisdiction to go for. There's a lot of dynamics in behind, and from there you can kind of like in the 50s range where companies can sell. We're trying to like save costs, because every time we start a seafood operation, we always try to do it with a budget and try to generate revenue above that budget. I think that the old days where like the zero interest cost kind of play is no longer here, and we shouldn't rely on that. And that's why I think that with this industry, is think of one product to succeed, try to think of this one.
Any other question for Marina's bio? Kathleen.
You've a couple times referred to, once you've got this fully commercialized, you'll do another product so that you're not just doing roe.
Yes.
What would that be? Best guess.
So the first one that is much bigger market is ikura, which is salmon roll, which I give it to you, is still roll. And Alisa always tell me to not talk about headless chicken, so I won't. But there are many other types of premium seafoods that you can sell. So the other one I like is unis, so sea urchins. And then there are like things like paste, so spreads and paste. So we do that as a value-added product for normal fish factories as well, like the spreads. The key here is to make things that have a simple, relatively simple texture with very strong umami sensory profile that has a high value and can normally prepare and serve without much cooking or preparation. The other challenges that you see cultivated meat or even plant-based meat is that you have to cook them, and different people cook them differently. And these type of products need to be cooked differently as well, and the chefs, don't do that, and then it's burned or it is whatever. So that is a problem. And from learning from our other peers, we want to do products that are simple, that you can serve, without much preparation.
We are actually out of time, to be fair to all teams. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Fowler. Would you all please give yourselves a massive round of applause? You did it. You got through it. All you have left is graduation. And a few key announcements. So we will be deliberating at 12:45. Please meet us in room 621 upstairs. We'll announce sometime between 12:45 and 1. Lunch is provided. And the judges, you will follow us upstairs to the deliberation room. Thank you. You did excellent work, everybody. Great job.
Hey, hey, 2. Microphone check. 1, 2. Great.
game. In life, have no shame. There's no time for the pain, the grind. Could change my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win in life. I never miss, that's facts. Taking big swings, can't live at that. Put me in the ring to go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kid, I got time to fail. I took a red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but they wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games. I just do that's fact. And I'm here. No shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy. Nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as you got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I can got visions in my head, like living the things after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath. I'd rather leave than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I said.
We need his height. I'm gonna text him.
Liz, join me up here. All right, we are going to be announcing the top 3 winners in reverse order. And Liz will be presenting the proverbial checks. And I want to just remind everyone before we get to this point in the process, this is a journey, not a destination in terms of the GNVC finals. There have been innumerable businesses launched from this great institution and many others that didn't win in a finals of a business plan competition that went on to launch great enterprises. And there are many people who win and don't launch. So the measure of success is if you believe you're adding value in the world, you're looking for yeses from investors, not nos. There was meaningful deliberation and a lot of value thought in each of your companies. And no matter what the outcome is of 3 large white stone foam board checks, you're winners in my eyes today, and you made me proud making it to the final. So congrats to all of you. Without further ado, and when your team is announced, your whole team comes up to the stage, you take a photo holding your big foam board check with us, and then you go off into the universe, and Lucas and Amber at Polsky explain to you how it works with Safe Notes, why you have to be incorporated and have a bank account, and all the things to cash the check and make it the beginning of an enterprise. Got it? Funding. Monday. He says leave them alone till Monday. Our 3rd place winner, without further ado, Autism GPT. $15,000 from Booth. One more round of applause for Autism GPT. Liz, where'd you go? Oh. Our 2nd place winner in the amount of $35,000, Marina's Bio. Alan, we're expecting some in-kind contribution of caviar to this very event in the near term. Not a joke, sort of a joke. Our 1st place winner in the amount of $50,000 of the 17th Annual Global New Venture Challenge Investable. One more round of applause for all of our teams today. Enjoy your lunch and happy graduation.